Okay. Good evening, and welcome to the September 29, 2020 Glendale City Council meeting. Due to evolving situation with COVID-19 and health recommendations from LA County Health Department, the Glendale City Council meeting will be available to the public electronically. Due to social distancing requirements, the public will not be able to attend the meeting. Tonight, only tonight, City Council meeting may not be available for viewing on Charter Cable Channel 6 due to technical difficulties. Charter difficulties, not our city difficulties. The meeting can be viewed at or on AT&T Channel 99 and live streamed by visiting www.glendaleca.gov/watchlive or youtube.com/myglendale. So those are the way you can watch us. For public comments and questions during the meeting, call 818-937-8100, which has been written on the screen. Please do not call in advance of the agenda item. With this being said, may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Broadbent.
Here.
Devine.
Here, your microphone's not on.
Kasakian.
Here.
Najarian. Here. Mayor Agajan.
Present. What's next, please?
Flag salute.
Okay, Councilmember Najarian, would you lead us in flag salute?
Thank you. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for tonight's invocation. This evening, we give thanks for our many blessings. Keep us reminded that we are all traveling the same road toward the same destination. Let us respect one another as we go. And as the council conducts the business of our fair city, we pray that all the decisions made this evening be in accordance to your plan. Amen.
Amen.
And
Thank you. What's next, please?
The agenda for the September 29, 2020 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Thank you. Next item, please.
3, presentation of, and appointments. 3A, agenda preview for the meeting of Tuesday, October 6, 2020. The regular Housing Authority and the City Council meeting and the City Council meeting for October 6, 2020 have been canceled. The next regular meeting are scheduled for Tuesday, October 13, 2020.
Mr. Gulani, is there? Present?
Yes.
No, okay.
The meetings have been canceled, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I know it's canceled, so you don't have any report.
No, sir.
All right, thank you. What's next, please?
3B, proclamation designating the month of October 2020 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Thank you. I guess I have the proclamation. I want to make sure that I have the right one in my hand. Okay. Proclamation, whereas domestic violence is a serious crime that affects over 12 million Americans of all races, ages, gender, and income levels each year. And whereas 1 in 3 women will experience domestic violence in her lifetime. And whereas children that grow up in violent home are believed to be abused and neglected at a rate higher than the national average. And boys who witness domestic violence are twice as likely to abuse their own partners and children when they become adults. And whereas domestic violence costs the nation billions of dollars annually in medical expenses, police and court costs, shelters, foster care, sick leave, and inflicts untold emotional trauma to the entire family. And whereas Domestic Violence Awareness Month provides an excellent opportunity for citizens to learn more about preventing domestic violence and to show support for the numerous organizations and individuals who provide critical advocacy services and assistance to victims. Now, therefore, I, Braj Agajanian, Mayor of the City of Glendale, proclaim the month of October 2020 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urge citizens of Glendale to work together to eliminate domestic violence from our community. So, as I said, Domestic Violence Awareness Month and I have signed this proclamation, Braj Agajanian, Mayor, September 29, 2020. And I am presenting this to,
Mayor, I do have Susan Brazilian on the line for you.
okay, Susan?
Susan, you're live. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Agajanian and City Council, for recognizing October Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I am honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of the Commission on the Status of Women, and will share it with the Glendale YWCA as well. It is through awareness, recognition, and discussion that more men, women, and children are able to step forward to help end domestic violence. Glendale has great community involvement, and it is through the coordination of the City Council, Glendale Police Department, YWCA, the Commission on the Status of Women, and other partners that Glendale is able to serve its residents when they encounter such violence. The Glendale YWCA works every day to provide services and education to the community and work to end domestic violence through its 24-hour hotline, its emergency shelter for those in immediate risk, its Domestic Violence Services Center that provides case management, counseling, legal services, and child care to survivors and their children, and its education to outreach program. All these great services are provided at no cost to the client and are available in English, Spanish, and Armenian. As the community's provider of such important services, the Commission has partnered with the Glendale YWCA to present its second annual Purple Tie Awards on Thursday, October 22nd, from 1 to 2 p.m. The Purple Tie Awards recognize men in our community who are dedicated to breaking the cycle of domestic violence. This virtual event will feature curated conversations with the awardees, which includes the Glendale Police Department's very own Sergeant Ernie Daxiola. This event will be free and live streamed on social media through the YWCA's page. We look forward to continued open discussions with our partners and opportunities to raise awareness about domestic violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have your proclamation, and we will turn it to you probably tomorrow,
Mayor,
right?
can I
Yes,
say something?
Ms. Devine.
Thank you. I want to commend the Commission on the Status of Women for continuing your advocacy for Domestic Violence Awareness Month and to raise awareness of this issue. You know, if there are men and women out there that are watching this or hearing this that are being abused, please know that you are not alone. There is help available to you. You can contact the city, you can contact the YWCA, but please know that there are people out there that want to help. And thank you so much to Susan and the Commission and of course the YWCA. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, next I have another proclamation.
Proclamation designating the week of October 4th through 10th, 2020 as Fire Prevention Week.
Thank you. whereas fire departments in the United States responded to 357,000 home fires in 2019. The City of Glendale is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting Glendale. And whereas cooking is the leading cause of home fires in the United States, where 2 of every 5 home fires start in the kitchen, with 31% of these fires resulting from unattended cooking. And whereas more than half of reported non-fatal home cooking fire injuries occurred when the victims tried to fight the fire themselves. And whereas residents should stay in the kitchen when cooking food on the stovetop. Keep a 3-foot kid-free zone around cooking areas and keep anything that can catch fire away from the stovetop. And whereas when the smoke alarm sounds, Glendale residents may have less than 2 minutes to escape to safety. And residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas Glendale residents should practice these home fire escape plans with everyone in the household, including children and visitors, at least twice a year. And whereas Glendale residents should make sure everyone in the home knows how to call 911 from a cellular phone or neighbor's phone. And whereas Glendale residents in a real emergency should get low and get under the smoke to get out quickly. And they should stay out, never going back inside the home for people, pets, or things. And whereas the 2020 Fire Prevention Week theme, Serve Up Fire Safety in the Kitchen, effectively serves to remind us to stay alert and use caution when cooking to reduce the risk of kitchen fires. And now, therefore, Raja Agajanian, Mayor of the City of Glendale, do hereby proclaim October 4th until 10th, 2020 as Fire Prevention Week throughout this city, and urge all the people of Glendale to practice safety by checking their kitchens for fire hazards and using safe cooking practices during Fire Prevention Week 2020. And I have this
Mr. Mayor.
nice proclamation.
Yes, we have personnel from our fire prevention team here to accept the proclamation on
All right, 1 second.
Chief Ragusa.
1 second, let me put my... Okay, what's next, please?
Next is presentation by Mary Joy Coburn, Director of Community Affairs, Greater Los Angeles County Vector Control District.
Okay, thank you for joining us. I'm a member of the group, and I'm glad that somebody from our group are here to present this presentation, to make the presentation. Thank you. They're listening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff, and all the residents of Glendale watching tonight. I'm Mary Joy Coburn from Vector Control, and I'm very pleased to be here. Although it's fall, we're still experiencing some mosquito activities. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what's going on, particularly in Glendale and the vicinity. So next slide. Before we get to that, let me just give you a brief background. Greater LA County Vector Control District is a public health agency, and our mission is to reduce mosquito abundance and mosquito vector disease threat in our jurisdiction. We serve 35 cities and portion of unincorporated LA, and that's nearly 6 million residents. Slide, please. So we conduct an integrated vector management strategy that is comprised of these 3 items. Disease surveillance, pretty much we have a vector entomologist that go out and set traps for mosquitoes, and then they bring them back, look at them, and they get them tested for viruses. Then we have our mosquito management, which is technically our operations department. The ones that you probably see a lot more when you submit a service request, but they're also the ones in the vehicles around the district. And then we have our education and outreach, which is my department. And we, set up outreach events. We also have an education. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit more about our operations program. We go into the underground storm drains. We go into waterways, rivers, canals, street gutters. We inspect pools and ponds that are not working properly because they would be bringing mosquitoes. We have traps, like I mentioned, and then we also identify the mosquitoes. Next slide. So why should we care about mosquitoes? Well, mosquitoes transmit diseases. They can spread West Nile virus, Zika, dengue, yellow fever, and chikungunya. And it only takes a few mosquitoes to, start an outbreak locally. And then we do have a new species of mosquitoes that are a public health concern, and they are now in the one. Next slide. There are 2 species of mosquitoes that we are most concerned about. The first one is the Culex mosquito, which is the brown mosquito to the left. And then we have the invasive mosquitoes that is more widely known as the ankle biter. And these are the black and white mosquitoes, and many of you have been probably experiencing them a lot more this past year. Next slide. So first we're going to discuss is the Culex mosquito, which is the brown mosquito. Scientifically, we call it the Culex fasciatus. These mosquitoes have been around for a while, so they are much deemed our local mosquitoes. Next slide. So in order for us to understand mosquitoes and how to get rid of them, we just need to, basic biology. Mosquitoes need water to live. And not sure if you knew, but only female mosquitoes bite. Male mosquitoes feed on nectar or fruit. So it's the female mosquitoes that are biting you because they need the blood meal for protein to lay their eggs. And you can see here, the female mosquito lays their eggs, and there's anywhere from 100 to 350 eggs. And in order for them to, these mosquitoes to lay their eggs, has to be on stagnant water. Mosquitoes need water to go through their life cycle. After a few days, the eggs break up and then they emerge as larvae. And then there's different forked instars of larvae, and then they become a pupa. And then from pupa, they become adult. And this whole cycle normally takes about, a week, but when it's hot outside, this whole cycle is accelerated. And I get asked a lot, how long do mosquitoes live? About a month. Next slide. So West Nile virus is the virus that is transmitted by these mosquitoes. mosquitoes. And West Nile virus is endemic in LA County. It was first discovered in 2003. That was when the first cases were identified, and it's been here since. It's important to note that mosquitoes do not transmit COVID-19. We get asked that a lot. They do not. But there are some similarities. Similar to COVID, not everyone will have symptoms. So for West Nile virus, only like 70 to 80% of people will have no symptoms. 1 in 5 will develop flu-like symptoms. 1 in 150 will become severely ill. And those that are at greatest risk are those who are over the age of 50 or those with weakened immune system. West Nile virus comes from an infected bird, and when an infected bird has the virus, if the mosquito bites the bird, then the mosquito has the virus. And so West Nile virus is a bird virus, but as humans, we'll live in close proximity with these mosquitoes and birds, and if there are no birds around, the mosquitoes bite us. So hence, humans can get West Nile virus. Horses can get West Nile virus too. However, there is a vaccine for horses. However, there is no vaccine for humans against West Nile virus. Next slide, please. So these are the numbers of West Nile virus in our jurisdiction, LA. You can see the numbers there, but most importantly, I want to point out for the city of Glendale, we did identify one for the first time this year. And normally, as you know, when that happens, we do inform the city of this just so that you are aware and then can implement some kind of outreach as needed. 1 and 2 is actually pretty low compared to other cities. If you look at the map, Valley Village had 12, North Hollywood had 12. But, as I'm sure, although you live in Glendale, you don't necessarily do everything in Glendale. Sometimes you go out and go to other areas of Los Angeles or even Orange County, different areas. So, you can kind of see where a lot of the activities are. So we just need you to be extra vigilant. Next slide, please. So here again, as you can see on the map, in Glendale doesn't really have much activity since 2003, 2020. But next slide. But as you can see all around the city, there's a lot of activities. So once again, you could be shopping elsewhere, you could be going to school somewhere else or conducting business elsewhere, different things happening. So there is exposure and risk wherever you go. Next slide. So in addition to the tulip mosquito, there is another invasive mosquito that we are now concerned about. There are 3 kinds. There's the yellow fever mosquito, the Asian tiger mosquito, and the Australian backyard mosquito. They're black and white. For the most part, it doesn't really, for the regular person, they're just black and white mosquitoes. So as a whole, we call them the invasive Aedes mosquitoes. Next slide, please. So a little bit more about invasive Aedes mosquitoes. They are tiny. They're a 1/4 inch long. They're not native to California. That's why we call them invasive. They're black and white, and they're aggressive daytime biters. And they breed indoors and outdoors. And whereas the other one is capable of transmitting West Nile virus and St. Louis encephalitis, mosquito is capable of transmitting Zika, dengue, chikungunya yellow fever, and canine heartworm. Fortunately, right now, there haven't been any local transmission of those diseases, but it only takes, one person who travels overseas, somewhere where there is local transmission occurring. If that person returns and has that virus in their system, and we have these mosquitoes already existing here, there could be a local outbreak. Silver lining with COVID-19, no one's really traveling right now, so we haven't seen any transmission locally or any travel associated, whereas we've seen that in the past, especially for spring break or summer. This map shows kind of the spread of Aedes mosquitoes. It's hard to see right now, but there's a cluster of blue dots in an area in the southern part of Los Angeles. But if you click again, you can see the spread. Next slide, please. So you're starting to see the cluster even more, and you just keep seeing it as the years progress. 2017, 2018, and 2019. So by now, these invasive mosquitoes are pretty much everywhere. Next slide, please. So for the city of Glendale, it's in red. That means there was a recent detection of invasive mosquito. The most recent detection was 6 days ago. Next slide, please. So these mosquitoes thrive around people. They thrive in urban environments. In our home office, our cars, our backyards. They like containers, and they also like plants. As you can see here, they could be found in the saucers of a pot that has a lot of water. They're also laying their eggs on stem of plants, as you can see at the bottom right. They are aggressive ankle biters, and they often leave large wells. And the reason for that is not used to them yet, so we're not immune to them, so it's more of an allergic reaction. So even people who say, I haven't been bit before, or mosquitoes didn't like me until now, it's because we're not used to them, so we're showing some reaction to their bite. Next slide, please. So once again, like I mentioned, the difference between this mosquito and the other mosquito, the Culex mosquito that I talked about here, is that the other mosquitoes lay their eggs in clusters right on top of water, whereas these invasive mosquitoes lay their eggs individually on stems or containers that don't necessarily have water. They're dry right now, but they're just waiting for the perfect condition, and they can wait for years, sometimes a couple years, for the right temperature and the water, and then they hatch and they go through their life cycle. Next slide, please. So this is just a side-by-side comparison between the two. One is brown, one is black and white. One bites at dusk and dawn. The other one bites aggressively during the day. One, like large sources like swimming pools, ponds, gutters, any water, those we can easily take care of. But these black and white mosquitoes, they like to find little sources in our homes, in our backyard, that we may not necessarily find if we're not really looking for them. And whereas a brown mosquito lays their eggs on rocks and on top of water that you can easily eliminate, these black and white mosquitoes lay their eggs individually on interior walls of containers or in stems. And then the other, the brown mosquito can transmit West Nile virus and encephalitis, whereas the invasive Aedes mosquito has the potential to transmit a lot more diseases. But once again, like I mentioned, there is no local transmission at the time. Next slide, please. This map, and I know you've seen this map before, this map shows what we've been doing in the city of Glendale. Service requests that we've received, storm drain sources that we've treated, swimming pools that we've identified and worked closely with the homeowners, and other sources such as gutters. But we have dedicated zone inspectors that they go pretty much every day to these locations in the city of Glendale. So you better, you can be rest assured that they know what these sources are. They know what's constantly breeding or what could potentially be breeding after a rainfall. So they go there every 10 or so days to look at the water, and then if there's breeding, then they treat. Next slide, please. So the number one takeaway really is to get rid of standing water. As you saw, mosquitoes need water to survive and to go through their life cycle. So it's important that regular, once a week, empty or scrub containers, turn them over, cover, or throw them away. Before you throw them away, make sure that you break them or you puncture a hole so that the water can just drain out. It's also really important to tip and toss any standing water both indoors, inside your home, and outside. Next slide, please. And just a bottle cup of water can keep a lot of mosquitoes. The other thing that you can do is to apply repellent. You can get them as sprays or as wipes, little towelettes. It doesn't, it's up to your preference. It's really important that they are one of these active ingredients: D-piperidine, IR 3535, or oil of lemon eucalyptus. It's important to read the labels and the directions so that you know how often to reapply. Next slide, please. I often get asked also, when is mosquito season? Unfortunately, because we live in such a wonderful area with pretty much weather all year round, mosquitoes love it too. So they're pretty much around. However, you can see there is a high risk portion on this graph, and we're still kind of in the midst of that. So like I mentioned earlier, even though we're pretty much in the fall season, there's still a lot of mosquito activities occurring right now. Next slide, please. One more time. Just next, press next. There you go, thank you.
One more?
So we do have a checklist available on our website, and go to tiptossitaction.org. And this is a really valuable checklist that we provided, because it lists all the sources that we have identified that people have. And it's broken down into different categories: indoors, outdoors, in the garden, in the playroom, in the kitchen, etc. And then it has practical and easy steps that a homeowner can take so that they can remove these sources. Next slide, please. So once again, tiptossitaction.org. There's also an opportunity for residents to take pledge, to take action against mosquitoes. And when they take a pledge, they get there are different incentives. And then they also get a lot more items from our toolkit they can use to educate themselves, their loved ones, and their neighbors. Next slide, please. Yeah, so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them right now, or you can also contact me or go on any of our social media sites to get more information.
Well, I have a question.
Okay, Mr. Brotman, Ms. Coburn, there is a question for you.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I have a question. So thank you, first of all, for this presentation. And I can tell you, yeah, it's been pretty much a nightmare where I am. And there are many days where I just can't even go outside because I just get eaten alive. So I guess what my question is, like, if I have a really bad situation, does it necessarily mean it's like right at my house, or could it be, down the street, somebody is keeping standing water and it's affected me? Like, how big is their range? That's kind of the main thing I'm thinking about.
That's a really good question. These mosquitoes have a pretty, they can fly about a quarter of a mile, and then with the wind too, then they can get kicked out. But the invasive Aedes mosquitoes, they don't fly very far, but they just hop over the fence. So, what they're looking for are blood meal, female mosquitoes. So wherever they are, if they are hungry and they're about to lay their eggs, they'll fly anywhere to find that blood meal to be around. It's also possible, there's a lot of people that, not necessarily you, but a lot of people just say, there's no sources around my home, but we're getting bit. And we're finding that there's a lot of cryptic sources. These mosquitoes like little things that we wouldn't even think about, like a bromeliad plant, for example. Those are the plants that have the leaf axils that kind of collect water. that's breeding mosquitoes, and people don't normally think that that could be breeding mosquitoes. Or, we found potato chip bags that just laying out that, a child was left out after a picnic, and that just it's like a concave, and it collected sprinkler water, and that's the breeding mosquitoes, even leaves, little things like that. And then neighbors could also have them, right? So it's really important that we call this a shared responsibility. The yard could be spectacular, but if the next door neighbor doesn't keep up their yard, they are breeding mosquitoes. Mosquitoes could be coming to you because you're spending more time outdoors. So, this is a collective work that we need to do. And not only do we need to clean our properties, we need to talk to our neighbors.
Thank you.
And if I could follow up, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
go ahead.
So if somebody's having a problem, they can call and somebody will come out and inspect their surroundings. Is that right? Can you talk about what services you offer?
So we do have different programs right now. We can have an inspector come out and inspect a yard. If we're finding that a whole neighborhood is having the same problem, then we send our community affairs team out to provide informational material to each door in that neighborhood. And then we also hold a virtual presentation like this. Or we also set up like a pop event. We're doing in some areas in the valley right now, we would, our team would go out and set up like our SWAT lab and a simulated backyard system so that we can show people what could be breeding or where mosquitoes could be breeding on their property. So we could have an inspector come out, but if it's a lot of people, like 154 units in a neighborhood or a compound, we can't go to every door. More large scale.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cover, I want to ask you, so we know mosquitoes transferring diseases, right?
Yes.
How about coronavirus? Are they able, like affected person, mosquitoes, they bite and transfer to somebody else? Is that possible?
That's a really good question, Mayor. No, mosquitoes do not transmit COVID-19.
Okay. But you said it so solidly. What's the reason you're so sure? Is there any major study about this?
There's been studies conducted, and we also know that, different mosquitoes, different species of mosquitoes transmit different diseases. And at this time, there is no evidence that mosquitoes transmit COVID.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear that. Is there any other question from Ms. Cover? No more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming, and hopefully we'll see you another time soon.
All right, I'll see you
But
next
I
week.
will see you in our meeting down, hopefully, whether through internet or our regular meetings, which we used to do. I forgot what was the name of the city I was driving to.
In Santa Fe Springs.
Santa Fe Spring. Thank you. Okay. Thank you
Thank
very
you so
much.
much.
Thank you very much for the information.
My
Okay.
pleasure.
Thank you. Mr. Ajemian, what's next?
Four would be consent items, including
Before we go to that item, we had a little bit earlier, we had our housing meeting and we had closed meeting, so we left it open. So Ms. Paula Divine.
Thank you. As Chair of the Housing Authority, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment of the afternoon Housing Authority meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you
Second.
very much. We are adjourned. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Paula Divine, Chair of Housing Authority. Okay, now, what's next, Mr. Ajemian?
Four consent items, including minutes. The following are routines and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of the council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before motion is proposed.
I'll move the consent calendar.
May I have a second, please?
I'll
Do I-
second that.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion for these items?
Roll call.
You want me to
Roll call.
roll call, Mayor?
Yeah, roll call.
Council members Brotman,
I'm sorry, I meant roll call, please. We had motion.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
and Mayor Agajanian.
Yes. What's next, please?
Next would be city council and staff comments.
Okay, before I go to my colleagues, I want to read a statement here, and then I guess Mr. Nigerian has an important announcement to make. For the public's information, on the morning of Sunday, September 27th, Azerbaijan launched an unprovoked, large-scale military attack on the peaceful population of Artsakh and Armenia. The Artsakh capital of Stepanakert, along with many other towns and villages, has faced artillery fire, bombing, and shooting in the most intense hostilities since the 1994 ceasefire. Azerbaijan's campaign of violence is even more concerning due to belligerent support of Turkey. The city of Glendale, home to one of the largest Armenian communities outside of Armenia, condemns the Azerbaijani warmongering and stands in support of peace and stability in the Caucasus. Azerbaijan's attack on peaceful Artsakh, targeting of civilians, and the use of heavy weaponry, drones, battle tanks, and Turkish F-16s is outrageous and warrants the most urgent denunciation. As the days go by, we have seen the casualties increase and the international community remains silent. Sadly, these latest attacks are not surprising, nor are they a new occurrence. Backed by the brazen support of genocidal Turkey, including Mr. Erdogan and his advisor, Mr. Sevil, and including hiring foreign mercenaries, Azerbaijan has the ambition to annihilate the entire Armenian people. The city of Glendale exemplifies the heart of the Armenian American community. This community has given great contributions to the wonderful city, and this community still has incredibly strong ties to their ancestral homeland. We send our thoughts and support to Artsakh, to the Armenian people under attack, and pray for a peaceful end to this obscene violence. This was written by a group of ladies, and I had my own statement, but I prefer to read their statement on this stage. Thank you. Who wants to express? Who wants to talk now, speak about this issue, if there is any, or any other issue? Any comments?
Council comments?
Yes,
I do.
please. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, that news saddens me as well. Mayor, I remember when I was in Armenia and I was traveling, and they were afraid to drive on a certain road because there was shooting from Azerbaijan. But he said, you don't want to go down that way because they have artillery, or they have shooters that are hitting our people. So this has been going on, and this escalation is very disheartening, and I'm so sorry for the Armenian community here and in Armenia as well. I have a couple of comments, if I may.
Yes, please.
First of all, thank you. We, you know, a lot of times RGWP and Steve Zern are questioned about their commitment to sustainability and renewables, et cetera. And I just want to commend them, Steve and staff, for we have now joined the LA Clean Tech Incubators Transportation Electrification Advisory Group with Burbank and Pasadena, and there are about 30 member cities now. This provides us with an opportunity for advancing EV infrastructure and increased EV integration in our community. Electrification of transportation is a crucial strategy in emissions and environmental control. So I want to commend all of and Steve for taking that step. Is Mr. Bolanikian there? Or here tonight? I have a question for him.
Yes, he is in here. He is coming forward to answer your
Okay,
question.
thank you. Thank you.
Yes, he's listening.
Thank you. Council's been getting requests to open playgrounds, and I know we've had callers that are requesting that, and Governor Newsom has lifted supposedly the closing of our playgrounds. Can I ask you where we are in this, the opening of our playgrounds in Glendale, and are we close, or are we waiting for more information? How's that going? Microphone.
Is-
Hear me now?
Yes,
Good evening, Mayor Agajanian, members of the City Council. LA County Health Officer is reviewing the state guidelines, reopening guidelines, and the Board of Supervisors will be discussing reopening of the playgrounds either this week or next week. When we get the go-ahead, we'll go ahead and open our playgrounds and follow the LA County protocols. The LA County protocols, well, the state protocols are pretty stringent, so we'll do our best to follow and make sure all of our playgrounds are safe.
Great, that's great news. I know a lot of people will be very happy to hear that. The sooner the better, sooner the better. And finally, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Polanikian. And finally, Mayor and my colleagues, Burbank is about to lower the speed limit on Riverside Drive from 35 miles per hour to 30 miles per hour for the safety of pedestrians and the equestrian community, of course. If I can get a second from one of my colleagues, I'd like for staff to look into reducing the speed limit on Glendale's portion of Riverside Drive from Glendale Avenue and Chavez at Riverside to Victory. So there's a smooth transition. It would be a good faith effort to ensure safety of pedestrians, riders, and the horses. And I also think it's important for us to collaborate with Burbank in any way we can, because we are neighbors, and it's always good to help each other out. So do I have did I get a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
thank you. Is there any other comments or comment?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Bratton.
Yeah, interesting, because I was also thinking of talking about transportation electrification. So I'm glad Councilmember Devine brought up the fact that Glendale Water Powers joined this new group. Well, I don't think it's a new group. It's new for us, but it's called the Transportation Electrification Partnership. But I think it's really timely, because the governor, as I'm sure most of you know, issued an executive order just the other day mandating a phase out of the sale of gas-powered cars in the state. Specifically that all new cars sold in California have to be zero emission by 2035. And all my environmental friends are saying, this is, in their words, a BFD. This is really something that was unexpected, but is needed, and I think is really going to make a huge difference. And as Councilmember Devine just said, electrifying transportation is one of probably the most impactful way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and also those local pollutants that cause us to have such bad air here. I have asthma, and it's been really difficult recently. Now, I know a lot of that is the fires, but it is also just the fact that we start from a place where we have, a lot of ground level ozone, and that causes problems with people that have asthma and everybody else. So it can't come soon enough. So what I wanted to ask, though, was two things. Actually, I was thinking of asking if Mr. Zern could maybe not today, maybe another time, but just talk a little bit more about this partnership and what we expect that we can gain from our participation. More importantly, I wanted to ask, and I'm hoping I can get a second from one of my colleagues on this, I would like to ask staff to begin mapping out a plan to electrify our municipal vehicle fleet. And that, by that, I'm thinking of, our trash trucks, our Beeline buses, other vehicles, GWP vehicles, our public works vehicles, even police and fire. Now, I have no illusions this is going to happen overnight. And I know we need a lot of charging infrastructure. I know the right vehicle technology has to be in place. I don't think it is yet for police and fire, but I think we should have a clear plan, and it should be a stretch goal that we're really pushing to the extent we can to get ourselves to be a 100% electric city when it comes to our own vehicle fleet. So I would like, if I could get a second, to have staff look into that and start to work on developing a plan.
Is there a
Do I have
second?
a second?
We're keeping you in suspense, Mr. Brotman.
I
know.
second it. I second it
It's been
myself. That's
seconded.
okay.
Yeah,
All right.
but Mayor, I thought we already had a plan in place where we are replacing vehicles. Mr. Galanian?
Mr. Golan, do you
Yes,
have-
Mayor Agajanian.
Also, we have Steve Zern here, so maybe both of them, they will answer. Okay, Mr. Golan.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Councilmember Devine. Over the last few years, you are correct, we have been converting our fleet slowly but surely with electric vehicles as well as hybrid vehicles. And all of our trash trucks are using CNG, compressed natural gas. But as for the future, we will continue on that path as much as we are able to, considering the constraints on the finances and the availability and practicality of the equipment and the fleet that are available in the open market.
Thank you.
Okay, but can I just jump in there? I
yeah,
want to draw a clear distinction because I'm not talking about CNG, which is still gas. It's still not good stuff. And hybrids are still using petroleum, of course. So what I would like to see is a plan that gets us to 100% zero carbon on our municipal vehicle fleet by a date certain. And we can look at, what are the possibilities and how long is it going to take and what's it going to cost? I would like to just start a process where we map that out.
All right, I will second it anyway, I said before, but Mr. Zern, do you have anything to add?
Just, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Brotman, this is a discussion that we had in earnest at our last fleet budgeting session. And in GWP, if you recall, we budgeted for 2 electric motors for the police department this year. So we looked at the motor officers and worked with the chief and his command staff on that. I have actually had pretty, maybe a bit just preliminary, but discussions with Chief Landis about electrified piece of fire apparatus that he's come across not only outside of the United States, but also within the United States, and I think the city of LA is testing something in that regard too. We've looked at various pieces of GWP equipment. Again, as you said, the technology is evolving, maybe not as quickly as we'd like. But for instance, the standard electrical paneled van, that is a tried and true repair vehicle that you see out there, regardless of what utility, but it's the same type of a piece of equipment, that is now made electric. And it's still in a trial basis, but we are anxious to see if we can get one of those as well and at least get it out on the road and test it. So I think, Mr. Brotman, we're well on our way in that regard. Certainly the governor's order will probably propel us even faster. But the smaller components of the fleet we've already started to look at. Pickup trucks, we were putting a lot of weight in what Nicola might be coming out with, but as soon as they get through whatever their issues are internally, maybe we'll see pickup trucks that we can put into use as well. So we are very anxious to continue that. And the infrastructure is pushing forward. We should see a lot more charging stations within the next couple of months. We've run into a couple of things with COVID where it slowed down some of the processing, but we'll get there. And I think you'll start to see them right here on the Civic Center campus, along with other city facilities throughout the area.
Thank you. Is there any other comment? Mr. Kasakian? Mr. Kasakian?
Oh, you're on mute.
Oh.
I would like to say something, Mr. Mayor, but I believe Councilmember Najarian had some comments, and I think we're waiting for, I believe we have to have a resolution introduced, right?
Yes, that's where I didn't call Mr. Najarian. If you have other comments, please do it. Otherwise, we go to that resolution.
No, my comments are, I think, related to the resolution. I can say them now or say them later. Well, I'll say them now and I'll try to be brief. I mean, the events over the last few days have been certainly very difficult to witness and to process. This is the worst escalation of violence that I have seen, and I remember when the people of Artsakh, of then Nagorno-Karabakh Autonomous Oblast, were fighting to secure their life, liberty, property against a corrupt post-Soviet or then-Soviet Azeri regime. Since then, this has been the worst escalation of violence, and it was obviously perpetrated by the Azeri military and the Aliyev regime in Baku, petroleum oligarchy that is running the country. Why this is significant to us, why this is significant, why there was hundreds of people gathered yesterday in front of City Hall. I think it's important for people in our community who may not be familiar with this part of the world and this history, but to know that there is not a single Armenian person, or hardly you'll be able to find a single Armenian American in Glendale who isn't touched by this conflict. Yesterday, there were countless people who had relatives, cousins, nephews, nieces, brothers, who were answering the call to go to the front lines to defend the borders and reinstate a ceasefire. I think it's important for us. I don't lightheartedly delve into the realm of international policy or politics, and I would caution and say it's not something we should go into. However, this is something that impacts our residents. In fact, many people from Glendale who had flown to Armenia when flights resumed are there now under these current conditions. As leaders of one of the largest Armenian populations outside of the former Soviet Union, I think it's important for us to condemn this act of aggression, to call for peace, to call for a resolution to this conflict, one that honors and respects the people of Artsakh and their wishes to live in peace and harmony, pursuing life, liberty, and happiness.
Thank you. Mr. Councilmember Najarian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was a shocking wake-up for all of us on Saturday when we heard of the brazen aggression by the Azeri army in coordination with the Turkish army on Artsakh. And I remember when we renamed Maryland Street to Artsakh, we got a lot of puzzled looks from people. What is Artsakh? Why are you naming it Artsakh? What does it mean to us? Well, this war that's currently going on certainly brings that into focus. Artsakh is a very important part of the Armenian homeland, and it is terrible to see what the residents, innocent residents, are currently undergoing. Mainstream media has picked up much of the story, and it may in fact turn into a world war because Russia's getting involved and Turkey is using the American-made F-16s to bomb civilian populations. It's absolutely devastating and haunting for many of us with the thought and stories of the genocide from 100 plus years ago. in our minds. But, Mr. Mayor, what I do have is a resolution that I'd like to bring forward. As you know, we're governed by the Brown Act, which usually requires at least a 72 hours posting of any item that the council will take action on. There is an exception to the Brown Act, and that is for emergency items. And the qualification for an emergency item is an item which arose after the posting of the agenda. And as we know, the war began Saturday, which was after our Friday 72-hour posting, plus the need for council to take action immediately. There are lives being lost as we speak. We are dark next Tuesday because we do have the National Night Out. That was not mentioned, so we're not just taking the night out. This is a event that we typically observe with the community. But the next meeting for us would be in 2 weeks. And without giving our word and our council resolution today, it would be 2 weeks, and no one knows what's going to happen tomorrow, let alone in 2 weeks. So what I would like to do is move that council place this resolution on the agenda as an emergency item, and I understand we need 2/3 vote for that to be accepted.
That's correct, Councilman Najarian. So it would take 4 votes, and the council, in making that motion, would need to add it to the agenda, would make the findings that you just recited, that it arose after the posting of the agenda, and there's a need to take immediate action based on the facts as you just stated them.
Very good. So I will move that council consider the resolution, which I will read shortly, on the agenda as an emergency item based on the lateness of the event arising after the posting and the need to take action immediately.
Do I have a second?
I will second that.
Okay, we have a roll call, please.
Yes, sir.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Agajanian.
Yes. And next,
Okay, thank you, colleagues. So what I'm going to do is read this,
Read
and
the
I
resolution.
tried to keep it, there's so much going on, I tried to keep it brief and to the point. Thank you to Christine Powers, who worked on this with very short notice this morning, and I understand that the County Board of Supervisors is interested in looking at our resolution as well, and perhaps they would be adopting part of it. The resolution is as follows. It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Glendale, State of California, standing in solidarity with the people of Armenia and Artsakh to condemn Azerbaijan's aggression. Whereas on September 26, 2020, Azerbaijan's military forces have launched a deadly and unprovoked attack against its Armenian neighbors in Artsakh. And whereas Azerbaijan's aggression puts innocent civilian lives and fundamental U.S. interests and principles at risk. And whereas the Republic of Artsakh, also known as Nagorno-Karabakh, is the historical homeland of Armenians and has been primarily populated by Armenians for thousands of years. Whereas the President of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, is threatening Armenia and Artsakh and offering full military support to the Azeri invasion. And whereas the United Nations has called for a ceasefire around the world due to the COVID pandemic, and instead, Azerbaijan is renewing warfare, violating its ceasefire agreement with Armenia and causing death and destruction to the Armenian and Artsakh population. And whereas the city of Glendale is home to Artsakh Avenue, renamed in 2018 in honor of the heritage and culture of Glendale's Armenian American residents, who make up the largest diaspora of Armenians per capita. And whereas the city of Glendale stands in solidarity with the people of Armenia, Artsakh, and their armed forces. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Glendale, California, that the Glendale City Council calls on the White House and the United States Congress to immediately, A, condemn Azerbaijan's unprovoked aggression against Artsakh, B, call upon Baku, Azerbaijan, to cease offensive uses of force C, cut off all U.S. military aid to Azerbaijan, and D, warn Turkey to stop sending military aid, including arms and fighters, to Azerbaijan, and E, work through the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE Minsk Group, to establish lasting peace in the region. That's the resolution, and I move that we adopt it.
Okay, do we have vote on it?
So we need a second?
I'll
Okay,
second it.
Second, okay. Now, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Agajanian.
Yes,
Mayor, I also have a caller, Lucy Petrosian, regarding Artsakh.
thank you. Lucy, you are on the air, Lucy and group of
Lucy, you're live.
ladies.
Yes,
they
hi,
were-
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Honorable Mayor Agajanian, members of City Council, staff, and residents. My name is Lucy Petrosian, and I am the chairperson of the Armenian National Committee of America Glendale Chapter. As residents of this dynamic city, which is home to one of the largest Armenian diasporan community, ANCA Glendale would like to take a moment and spotlight the current military attacks on Armenia and the Artsakh Republic. Starting on September 27th, Azerbaijan, an authoritarian dictatorship, has long publicized its desire to destroy the Armenian people, emboldened by support from genocidal Turkey, launched an aggressive military attack along the line of contact. Their military efforts have been focused on civilian populations using drones, heavy artillery, and Turkish fighter jets. The involvement of Turkey tells us that they want to help Azerbaijan continue what the Ottoman government attempted to do in 1915. Ladies and gentlemen, the diaspora is in pain as we see our friends, family, and loved ones gather in shelters to avoid bombardment. We are anxious watching our young soldiers proudly defend our borders, and we are amazed by all the volunteers rushing to their assistance. But we're also hopeful because the Armenian people's love for liberty is unbreakable. Last night, we saw that hope in action. Hundreds of Glendale residents mobilized in front of our city hall as a symbol of solidarity. And we invite you all to protest tomorrow at 6 p.m. in front of the Azerbaijani consulate in Los Angeles. We urge our local authorities to raise their voices against Azerbaijani and Turkish aggression in Armenia and Artsakh, as it is a crime against humanity. We are thankful to all our allies and friends, and we pray for peace and security for Armenia and Artsakh. And thank you very much for the resolution that you just passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you very much. Is there any other call?
Mayor, there is none.
There is. Okay. Now we have comments from our staff.
Thank you, Mayor Agajanian. I'm going to invite Chief Lanzas to provide council with an update on the COVID-19 cases as of late.
Chief Lanzas.
Good evening, Mayor Agajanian, members of council, Silvio Lanzas, your fire chief. This evening, I will be sharing information related to COVID-19 and updated data. I have not been here in the past few weeks and given this presentation, so I will try to keep it brief. The confirmed cases worldwide is currently at 33 million plus cases. Sadly, overnight we hit a very sad milestone as the number of deaths hit 1 million last night worldwide. The confirmed cases in the United States is 7 million plus. The number of deaths in the United States are 205,000 plus. The confirmed cases in California, we are at 813 plus thousand cases with over 15,000 deaths. The confirmed cases in Los Angeles County, we are at over 268,000 with over 6,500 deaths. Confirmed cases in Glendale, as of this morning, we were at 3,749 cases in Glendale with 175 deaths. We currently rank among the cities in Los Angeles County 10th with the most cases. And as a county, we rank also 10th amongst California counties with cases per 100,000. Next slide, Arm. As we're getting the slide up, this next graph that I will show is one that I have shown frequently through these presentations. It shows our new cases, essentially since the start in early March through yesterday, as well as a line depicting the 7-day average. As I have said several times, the number that I look at for us here in Glendale as and I'm careful to call it flattening, but the number that I look at for a stabilizing of our numbers is less than 20 cases, less than 20 new cases per day. So let's see if we can get this up.
No, this, Aram, this one.
Our cases for the first 20 days of September, essentially from September 1st or there and about, yeah, there it is, thank you, Arm. Through about a week ago, we maintained under that 20 number goal. Unfortunately, over the past 7 to 10 days, we have started to creep up a little bit, and the average has held at about 25 cases. There is quite a bit of speculation that lead us to believe that that is the result of the Labor Day activities and people gathering for Labor Day. The next slide is Los Angeles County, similar graph with their total cases as well as their 7-day average. And as you can see, again, we were on a real nice steady decline through about mid-August down to mid-September, mid to late September. We are still holding at about 1,000 new cases average. Today's new case count was 905, so that's good. Since about September 10th, we have held under 1,000. And between about July 1 through mid-August, our cases were averaging well over 2,000 and for a while even above 3,000. So the trends are still moving in the right direction. This next image is again one that I've used that uses the adjusted case rate throughout LA County for all cities, communities, and unincorporated areas. And we are currently 193 out of those cities, which is a little bit down. We were 205 the last time that I shared this graph. This next slide is probably one of the most important indicators with COVID-19, and it is the hospital utilization. In LA County, we currently have 495 hospital beds available, 94 ICU beds available, which is good, better than it's been, certainly. As you can tell, if you see the graph on your left, from September 1st through today, it's been really up and down, the number of hospital beds available, the blue line. We have gone from 750 down to 500 or thereabout. Our hospitals here locally, we had our COVID-19 task force call Monday, and our hospitals are in really good shape. Glendale Adventist has had, and these are Monday's numbers, so yesterday, Glendale Adventist had 32 patients in-house, Glendale Memorial had 9, and Verdugo Hills had 8, which is certainly down from what we've seen. The graph on the right shows the daily average of confirmed cases hospitalized throughout LA County and is another really good indicator that we are definitely trending down. If you look from about mid-July is when we started trending pretty steadily down in hospital utilization, which is obviously a good sign. The next graph is the social distancing as reported by Apple, and we are definitely seeing more movement, more people around as businesses open and different sectors of businesses continue to open. We do expect to see this number continue to rise. The transit is still well below baseline, which is to be expected with still some of those sectors not opening. But the movement, walking and driving is now above baseline. The last time I reported, we were right at about baseline. And this next slide, I will just share. I still get several calls, emails, and inquiries about the need to get COVID-19 testing. And this algorithm put out by the California Department of Public Health, I think puts it very simply. If you are experiencing fever, coughing, or shortness of breath, you should first call your doctor. If your doctor advises you to come in, you will give a specimen to your doctor, and the doctor will provide you results. If your doctor identifies you through your phone consultation or your visit to him or her that your symptoms are mild and advises you to home isolate, you should isolate and stay home, and certainly not come to work. And if you did not get immediate response from your doctor and you are suffering from severe symptoms, we strongly encourage you to go to your local urgent care, your emergency room, and or call 911 for help. That's the end of my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Is there any question from Chief? Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Golanian, is there any more?
No, sir.
Present? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ajamian, what's next?
Next would be community event announcements, 3 minutes portion.
Is there any?
There are no callers for community event announcement, 3-minute portion.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we go to next item.
8A action items. A city manager regarding seeking council position on California Proposition 15 tax on commercial and industrial properties for education and local government funding initiative. 1, resolution in support of Schools and Local Communities Funding Act.
Yes. Mr. Golanian.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Christine Powers, our Senior Executive Analyst, to provide a report on this item, and she's going to walk through a PowerPoint presentation as well.
Ms. Powers.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Agajanian, council members and staff. Christine Powers with the City Manager's Office to present this report to you this evening. So there was a request from City Council to consider support for the Schools and Communities First Act, and the official ballot title of Prop 15 is Increases Funding for Public Schools, Community Colleges, and Local Government Services by Changing Tax Assessment of Commercial and Industrial Property, Initiative Constitutional Amendment. This measure made it onto the ballot through a signature petition process and qualified for the November 3rd ballot this year. A yes vote basically means that property taxes on most commercial properties worth more than $3 million would increase in order to provide new funding to local governments and schools. This would provide $6.5 billion to $11 billion in new funding. And a no vote means property taxes on commercial properties would stay the same and local governments and schools would not get this new funding. Now, cities, counties, schools, and special districts collect property taxes from property owners based on the assessed value of their property. Property taxes raise about $65 billion each year for those local governments in California. And the overall breakdown in property tax revenue is that 60% goes to cities, counties, and special districts, and 40% goes to schools and community colleges. Property taxes apply to land and buildings and business equipment, and these are items owned by businesses such as equipment, machinery, computers, and furniture. Prop 13, passed by voters in 1978, taxes properties based on the original purchase price. The taxable value of a property is assessed as a percentage of its purchase price at the time of purchase. When property is sold again, its taxable value is reset to its new purchase price, and business equipment is taxed based on how much it could be sold for today. This ballot initiative essentially splits residential and commercial properties and puts them on different tax rolls, also known as split roll. It would amend the California State Constitution to require commercial and industrial properties, except those zoned as commercial agriculture, to be taxed based on their market value instead of their original purchase price. The ballot language also exempts all multifamily residential. The change from the purchase price to market value would be phased in beginning in fiscal year 2022-23. The change does not start before 2025 for properties used by California businesses that meet certain rules and have 50 or fewer employees. Housing and agricultural land would continue to be taxed based on its original purchase price. The ballot initiative would make an exception for properties whose business owners have $3 million or less in holdings in California, which would be adjusted for inflation every 2 years. These properties would continue to be taxed based on the original purchase price. The measure would also reduce the taxable value of each business's equipment by $500,000 starting in 2024. Businesses with less than $500,000 of equipment would pay no taxes on those items. All property taxes on business equipment would be eliminated for California businesses that meet certain rules and have 50 or fewer employees. So these certain rules referenced in this slide means, other than having 50 or fewer annual full-time equivalent employees, that the business is independently owned and operated, meaning it's not controlled by another individual or business, and that the business owns real property in California. Should Proposition 15 pass, most owners of commercial land and buildings worth more than $3 million would pay higher property taxes. Only some of these property owners would start to pay higher property taxes in 2022. By 2025, most of these property owners would be paying the higher taxes. Beginning in 2025, total property taxes from commercial land and buildings would probably be $8 billion to $12.5 billion higher in most years. Additionally, property taxes on business equipment would probably be several $100 million lower each year. The estimated cost to administer the provisions of Prop 15 would be about $500 million annually statewide. As we mentioned earlier, overall 6.5 to 11.5 billion per year in new property taxes would go to local governments throughout the state. Of this, 60% would go to cities, counties, and special districts. Each city, county, or special district share of the money depends on several things, including the amount of new taxes paid by commercial properties in that particular community. It should be noted that not all governments would be guaranteed new money. Some rural areas may actually end up losing money because of lower taxes on business equipment. The other 40% would increase funding for schools and community colleges. Of this funding, 11% would go to community colleges and 89% would go to public schools, charter schools, and county education offices. There's also a requirement that schools and colleges receive an annual minimum of $100 per full-time student. Blue Sky Consulting Group, which is a group that compiled a report for the Yes on 15 campaign, did this in May 2020 for the campaign, and the report is included as Exhibit 2, provides estimates of the allocation of revenues for select counties. Exhibits 4 and 5 indicate the organizations that support and oppose Proposition 15, respectively, in your report. And we are aware that since these exhibits were updated on September 18, the Los Angeles City Council was added to the support list by the Yes on 15 campaign. Staff determined that their council had actually supported this resolution in March of 2019, so well over a year ago, but somehow that was overlooked and it was just added this last week. None of the Tri-Cities have yet to take a position on this, but we are aware that Glendale, Burbank, and Pasadena Unified School Districts have formally supported Prop 15. We've also received a letter from the Glendale Chamber of Commerce indicating that they oppose the propositions. Many chambers from the state to local levels have taken such a position, as has the California NAACP. That concludes my report, if you have any questions.
Thank you. Before we go on page 7, which you were showing,
Yes.
the money which will be collected, the 60% will go to the cities, 40% will go to colleges and schools, which schools will get like 8 point some percent of it. The balance, like 32%, will go to school. Then how, if it's 60% will come to the city, and you have, it has been written here, and it was in the report, maybe we copied from what those who are in favor of it, they made a report you picked up from there. So 15.5 million, if city is getting, so the schools and colleges will get 40%. They can't get 15.2 as much as the city will get. How that happens?
Mayor Agajanian, to answer your question, because the 60% that goes to cities is also shared with counties and special districts. So we would be sharing that portion with LA County as well. And whereas the 40% that goes to schools, a bulk of it, 89%, goes to school districts. And I
Okay.
believe that accounts for how the city of Glendale and the Glendale Unified School District end up having proportionate or equal amounts of money almost.
No, wait a minute. If we say 60%, we will get it or we don't get it?
60% to
or
be
we-
shared with cities and counties and special districts in the region.
He's getting 400 million.
So what's the percentage Glendale gets it?
I don't know what it breaks down to an individual percentage of Glendale, but the group that ran the report,
Then how we came to 15.5 million if we don't know what the percentage is that we will get?
that's the percentage that the report who did the analysis came up with. I mean, that's the dollar amount that they came up with.
Blue sky.
Who came up with 15
Blue
point?
Sky Consulting Group.
There's some calculation problem here, I don't know. Okay, since
And-
you guys know, I don't know.
Mayor Agajanian, I also believe it depends on the type of businesses we have in Glendale and who would be subject to the increase, when they would be subject to the increase, and the amount of commercial properties we have here in the city.
No, again, I guess I'm repeating myself, but however, we say 60% will come to city, 40% to school and college.
60% to the cities, the
and counties.
county, and the special districts in the region.
So then it's not, what is the percentage the city gets? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Then it should be somewhere 40%. Out of that 60%, city will get 40%. Otherwise, the figures would not be the same. The school and college get 40%, it amounts to 15.2. If city is with others get 60%, it means we get only 40%. Otherwise, wouldn't be the same figure.
I'm not sure what the question is.
I don't know, maybe I confused.
I
We have
think-
an engineer here, maybe will
Yeah,
understand
so-
what I'm saying.
I'll try to explain it. So there will be a pot of money, right,
Right,
for everyone, including cities, special districts, counties, and school districts and colleges. Of that big pot of money, the school districts and the college districts will get 40%.
that's 15.2 million.
Well, that's 15.2 million only to the school district. So
I
there's a
understand.
portion that goes to the
Right.
college, right? And out of that 60%, City of Glendale will get a percentage. We don't know what that percentage is.
But that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
If at the end we get 15.5, we
Approximately.
are getting 40% also. So that's
Correct.
the whole thing that I'm trying to
Yes,
say.
that's
So the way it has been written, somebody may read that City of Glendale is get 60%, but it's not
No.
true.
Correct.
We get with others, so if the dollar amount comes to the same amount that Glendale Unified School and college is getting, so we are getting 40% of it too. I just want
Yeah,
to
that's
be
accurate.
clear what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, a little bit 41% maybe.
Sure.
Okay, that's what I was trying to be clear about. Thank you. Are you finished with your
Yes.
report?
If you have any
Thank
other
you.
questions,
Is
I'd
there,
be happy to answer.
we have callers, so let's go to the callers and then we come back to our council members to comment on this issue.
Mayor, I do have 12 callers waiting right now.
Okay, let's go to the callers.
Jane Patel. Jane?
Good evening. Dear Mayor Argajanian and City Council members, this is Jane Patel, and I'm calling as a representative of the Glendale Environmental Coalition Steering Committee. The Glendale Environmental Coalition supports Proposition 15, and we ask that you, as elected officials of Glendale, do the same. The state can no longer afford corporate property tax loopholes that allow corporate properties to be taxed well below their current value, at the expense of critical local services, essential workers, and schools. Crucially, providing more funds for local municipal governments will enable them to support environmental sustainability efforts at higher levels. If Proposition 15 passes, Glendale would receive over $16 million annually. Some of that revenue could and should be used for citywide environmental and sustainability initiatives. Thank you for your service and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Tallene Arsenian. Tallene?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Mayor Alajanian, City Council members, staff, and Glendale community, I'm Tallene Arsenian, the president of the Glendale Teachers Association, representing the nearly 1,300 educators of the Glendale Unified School District. Before I begin my comments on Prop 15, I'd like to thank you for passing of the resolution in support of peace in Artsakh. GTA stands in solidarity of this resolution. I'm calling today to urge you to support Prop 15 because it will directly benefit the nearly 23,000 students of the Glendale Unified School District and the over 201,000 community members of the city of Glendale. Prop 15 will bring an additional $16 million to Glendale Public Schools, an additional $16 million to the city of Glendale, and an additional $7 million to the Glendale Community College every single year. I had a list of myths that I was going to review, but I would like to just send you to the website. It's www.yes15.org. And instead, I would like to address the 60-40% breakdown because I am a math teacher. So when you consider the 60%, 40% breakdown, you need to consider the entire state. And there are more cities and counties dividing 60% than there are school districts and community colleges dividing 40%. And that is why you get a dollar amount that is more or less equivalent. So that's what I wanted to share in order to help you understand the 60-40 breakdown. One last thing I would like to share is, let's see, let me just pick one myth. It is a job killer that will force businesses to leave California. This myth is false. Prop 15 is a fair and balanced reform that will keep business property taxes well below most other states and will encourage startups and small businesses by cutting their taxes. Prop 15 will create a net of 20,000 new jobs. In closing, I urge you to support Glendale Public School students and Glendale community members by supporting Proposition 15 today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Paul K. Paul?
Yes.
Go ahead,
Mr.
you're
Mayor.
live.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, my name is Paul Kay, and I've lived in Glendale for 20 years. I'm a homeowner, and I support this resolution endorsing Prop 15. This proposition is about tax fairness and reform. This measure does not affect renters, homeowners, or residential landlords. I was born and raised in California and benefited from fully funded public schools and essentially free public universities before Prop 13's passage. As a U.S. Army veteran and a senior citizen, I fully support this much-needed reform to Prop 13. I'm tired of subsidizing the commercial loophole that allows companies like Chevron and Disney to pay pennies per square foot on their properties while the rest of us face increased sales taxes, parcel taxes, and cuts to city services and school budgets to account for the revenue shortfall. I hear council members worry about revenue shortfalls in the wake of the pandemic and recession, about the high cost of transition to sustainable programs, and about the need for more services to our vulnerable seniors and child care programs for the working parents during the pandemic. Fortunately, you have the opportunity to get an additional $16 million annually for the city of Glendale by supporting and voting yes on Prop 15. Please vote yes on this resolution. I beg you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Susan Davis, you're live. Susan?
Oh, hi there. My name is Suzanne Davis. I've lived in Glendale the last 6 years. I'm a renter, but I support this resolution endorsing Prop 15. Prop 15 would close the loophole that has benefited some of the oldest corporations in California at a time when Glendale is going to need every last penny of revenue to help us get out of this pandemic and the recession caused by it. Your endorsement of Prop 15 will send a clear message of support to voters. When wealthy property owners don't pay their share, the burden falls on people like me and my neighbors. Since Prop 13 passed in '78, the residential share of property taxes has skyrocketed from 55% to 72%, while the share of property taxes paid by non-residential commercial property has declined. I'm tired of being nickeled and dimed by other fees and taxes that have increased from 28% of local government's own revenues in 1978 to 51% of local revenues today. Putting sales tax and parcel tax increases on the ballot is not going to be an option for cities like Glendale in this awful economic climate. It's time to close the loophole and make these corporations pay their fair share. Please vote yes on this resolution, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Christopher Davis, you're live. Christopher?
Thank you. Mayor Agajanian, City Council members, thank you for your time. Everyone who's spoken before me has said what I would have said, I will not tonight. I just urge you to be courageous in your vote in supporting this resolution tonight. You've spoken of the Tri-City area and how other cities, Glendale, Burbank, or Pasadena and Burbank have not yet adopted such a resolution, but I know Glendale will be at the forefront of this and support this movement to create tax equity, commercial and residential home owners and schools or communities through the increased funding. So thank you tonight again for the time and for supporting this resolution.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Tara Peterson, you're live. Tara?
Hi, this is Tara Peterson, CEO of the YWCA Glendale. And first, I would like to thank the mayor and city council for recognizing domestic violence October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I now would like to urge you to take it a step further by passing a resolution to support Proposition 15 because of the impact it can have in strengthening our local schools and community safety nets. We know that if our communities and our schools are stronger, that we will definitely see a decrease in domestic violence. As you know, most nonprofits receive both private and county funds to do our work. Prop 15 would bring in the dollars needed so that we can continue to provide life-saving services, support schools and local government initiatives, including addressing homelessness. Lack of funding is a chronic condition for many of us, and the pandemic is only making things worse. As many families teeter on the brink of homelessness or find themselves homeless as they are escaping domestic violence. Proposition 15 could provide more funding for social work, outreach, and repairs for facilities in our nonprofit community, strengthening our response to this time. In addition, the $15 million that would go to Glendale Unified School District and Glendale Community College would only strengthen Glendale's community by ensuring that our schools are better funded when we finally get back to life after the pandemic. YWCA Glendale Board of Directors urges you to endorse Prop 15 for the benefits of not just YWCA Glendale, but for our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Alex Bruno, you're live. Alex?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Alex Bruno. I'm speaking to you tonight as the chairperson for the Board of Directors of the Glendale Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a business attorney with my office in Glendale. The Glendale Chamber opposes California's Proposition 15. While the messaging for Proposition 15 is that big corporations will pay for the increased property tax and the focus has been on how this proposition will affect the cost of rent according to the marketplace. In reality, this measure will disproportionately affect small businesses based on the lease agreements that they already have with their landlords. In California, about 78% of small businesses lease their space. In Los Angeles County alone, 93% of all businesses are small businesses. In commercial leases, the landlords, that is, the property owners, pass any property taxes directly to their tenants. This is written in the leases. Whether it is a triple net lease or another type of commercial lease, the landlord requires the tenant to pay the property taxes. It will be the tenant, the small businesses, not the property owner or a big corporation, that will have to pay for this tax. This is where the Beacon economic study, which is being referenced by some supporters, failed. It did not examine the impact the proposition would have on small businesses and their lease obligations. This was acknowledged by Beacon's founder. There is a sentiment also that at the time of reassessment, a small business tenant can just renegotiate their terms with their landlord, or upon an increase in rent, they can just not accept the increase and relocate. Many of these small businesses have long-term leases, 10-year leases, 20-year leases, that landlords don't have an incentive to renegotiate. For a tenant to leave, they have to break their lease and breach their contract. For many of our retail businesses, they worked hard to not only build out their space, but to establish their location. Relocation is not a feasible solution for most of these tenants. We are in an unprecedented time. I see many of my clients trying their best to just keep their doors open and their staff employed. These businesses already run on thin margins, made even thinner or non-existent due to COVID-19. Think of the small businesses you know and love, a restaurant on Brand Boulevard, a dry cleaners in Colorado, a hair salon, or any type of shop throughout the city. Many have been unable to pay their rent, their vendors, or their bills. Please do not add to their burden or force these businesses to close. I urge the council not to support this resolution. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Next caller, please. Please win.
Emily Green?
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you to the mayor, the members of city council, and staff for taking my call. My name is Emily Green, and I've lived in Glendale for 5 years. I'm a homeowner, a GUSD parent, and an active member of the community. My husband is a secondary school teacher with GUSD, and we both support this resolution endorsing Prop 15. There are a lot of misconceptions about Prop 15, and I think it's important that we clarify how it could benefit public schools without raising taxes to homeowners, renters, and small businesses. It will make commercial property owners like Chevron pay taxes at fair market value. I pay my fair share in property taxes. It's time for large corporations to pay theirs too. My husband currently teaches English language learners in the Glendale Unified School District. His students arrive from Armenia, Mexico, Russia, India, and many other countries, and are here hoping to find a solid quality education in our city. There are many students in his class, and his classroom numbers go up as children arrive throughout the year. This is a particularly vulnerable population that would thrive with increased funding, especially in these unique times, what will most likely be a full year of distance learning. All of our students deserve a chance to succeed, and Prop 15 could provide the resources to do so. I've heard some skeptics say that there will be unintended consequences if Prop 15 passes. Well, we've been living the unintended consequences of this enormous loophole in Prop 13 for over 40 years, so it is time that we try to fix it. Glendale is going to need all the revenue it can to help our city recover from the pandemic and to plan for what is now a nonstop fire season in Southern California. Prop 15 will reclaim $12 billion not only for our schools, but it will do so for vital services like firefighters and first responders. Please vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to next caller, Mr. Ajemian, how many calls we are still holding?
We still have 8 people at this time.
8. Okay, then let's continue. I thought you guys said 22 callers. No?
Altogether, we've had 18 callers at this point.
Oh, so I counted 7 so far that they spoke. How it can be. So you should have 11.
People calling and hanging up the phone, or people.
Oh, all right. Let's go to the next one. All right.
Miss Valentine?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Agajanian.
Hi.
Ladies and gentlemen. please do not support 8A. One-sided opinion. The city should not be involved in swaying votes. I think it should be against the law. 16 million is a drop in a bucket. Glendale College spends 16 million annually. They have that money. I'm sure that's what they're spending. Now we're hearing, and Mr. Agajanian, I like that you question everything, especially math, like you did. You were not confused. Now it's called big pot of money. So now we're talking about big. So with this proposition, in other words, you would take it from the private company who knows how to invest and reinvest and build more businesses, and give it to the government that has no experience in running businesses. They will have to create more government departments. There is no guarantee that it would go to schools or colleges. We have seen this before. And more owners will be unable to afford their homes and businesses and eventually be priced out of the state of California. Our community is in crisis. This proposition must have been made when President Trump made the economy bloom. Right now, property owners actually to give, okay, it's insane. Pandemic has changed everything. Makes no sense. There is a time and a place for everything. This is not the time and a place. Now, I dare somebody to prepare a proposition lowering taxes, not increasing, reduction of taxes. 16 million is a drop in the bucket. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Amy Gamble. Amy?
Yes, hello, good evening. My name is Amy Gamble, and I'm a native Angelina, a Glendale homeowner, and a GUSC parent. I'm calling in tonight to urge the council to endorse Prop 15. Prop 15 is a fair, phased-in, and long overdue reform. It would reclaim $8 to $12 billion by closing a corporate tax loophole while giving small businesses a tax cut. It will allow California to invest in our essential workers and vital local services, from our schools to hospitals to our brave firefighters. In the words of California Professional Firefighters President Brian Rice, quote, "There simply are not enough resources to battle these growing emergencies effectively, and firefighters are stretched thin. We can no longer afford corporate tax loopholes that shortchange EMS and fire protection services. That's why we need Prop 15, end quote. I personally have to fundraise annually for basic supplies to my children's schools, which is crazy because California is home to enormous wealth, but despite that, we're failing to invest in our kids. Currently, we are ranked 39th in per student spending, and we have the largest class sizes in the nation. And now that the pandemic has placed all new demands on our schools and teachers, it's even more important that we support education in California. Endorsing Prop 15 means investing in our children and their futures. Also, this is a proposition about tax fairness and reform. It is only asking mega corporations like Chevron and Disney to pay their fair share. This measure does not affect renters, homeowners, or residential landlords. Small businesses are protected and would get huge exemptions under this proposition. And again, in this pandemic economy, it is crucial that we support our local small businesses. Glendale is a fantastic place to live. I love it, but it would be an even better place to live if Prop 15 passes. You, the council, have the opportunity tonight to send a strong message to voters. We need to endorse Prop 15 and work to pass it on November 3rd. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Ben Grief, you're live. Ben?
Hello, good evening. I'd like to thank you all for taking up this critical initiative this evening. My name is Ben Grief. I am the campaign director for Evolve California, and I sit on the executive committee on the S on 15 campaign. And really, Prop 15 is just a common sense initiative. You know, not a dime of this revenue will go to Sacramento. Instead, Prop 15 will provide billions of dollars for our schools and communities every year. And most importantly, it will do so without increasing taxes on homeowners, renters, or small businesses. You know, our schools and local governments have lost $150 billion in the last 40 years because a few large commercial property owners have been allowed to avoid paying their fair share of property taxes. The result has not only meant that our school now ranks 39th in the nation in per student funding, but it has also meant that individuals, homeowners, and small businesses are constantly nickeled and dimed year after year with local bond measures, partial taxes, and local sales tax increases. You know, Prop 15 is not one of those things. Prop 15 generates reliable, stable revenue by simply putting our state on par with how the rest of the country taxes large commercial property. It's that simple. I also want to note that Prop 15 exempts commercial property valued at less than $3 million and also provides the largest tax cut for small businesses in a generation by exempting the first $500,000 of business equipment from being taxed. In addition, 92% of the estimated $12 billion of revenue that Prop 15 will generate will come from just 10% of commercial properties in California. That's because most commercial property owners are already paying property taxes at fair market value. It's only a small number of commercial property owners that still own property that they owned 3 or 4 decades ago. And so what taking a position on Prop 15 comes down to is this. Are we going to continue to give enormous tax breaks to large commercial property owners like Donald Trump that he doesn't receive anywhere else? Or are we going to level the playing field for all commercial property owners by taxing commercial properties at fair market value? We should ask ourselves, why are we allowing the Sultan of Brunei to save $6 million a year in property taxes on 2 Beverly Hills hotels, simply because he bought them decades ago, while a new property owner has to pay property taxes at fair market value? This makes no sense. It does nothing to foster new business or entrepreneurship in our state, which helps make California the 5th largest economy in the world. And right now, our entire state is facing unprecedented wildfires that will not just affect us this fall, but will affect us in years to come. So the last thing I want to say is that this is going to generate $135 million a year directly to combating an ever-growing threat. Without Prop 15, we will either have to increase taxes on individuals and working families, or simply not have the
We have
resources
lots
we need
of
to keep our communities
callers.
safe.
Thank
you so much.
Usually I don't stop anybody, so past 6 months, but we have lots of callers, so please limit yourself to speak within 3 minutes. Next caller, please.
Arlene Vidor. Arlene, you're live.
Hi, my name is Arlene Vidor. You've heard a lot of great points tonight, so I'll try to cut it short here. Please support Proposition 15. It walks back some of the most egregious aspects of Proposition 13. I moved here from Illinois, and I was gobsmacked when I learned how property taxes were assessed here. It's a gift to the wealthy and big corporations, and we certainly need to rebuild our public education system and fix the 42-year-old train wreck that is Proposition 13. So please do the right thing. Now is exactly the time to do it. It's long overdue. And also, I'm sure you're getting written mail, and council used to disclose how their written mail on certain issues was tracking, and I'd be curious to know how that's tracking, and so maybe you could announce that more often. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Karen, you're live. Karen?
Hi, this is Karen Clark. Prop 15 will probably pass statewide, regardless of what any of us say tonight here in Glendale. But hey, an endorsement couldn't hurt, right? The Glendale Tenants Union was pleased to endorse Prop 15 back in July, 2 months ago. I would like to note that 54%, that's 5-4, of our GUSD students qualify for free or reduced price lunches. So let's do our very best to get our kids the resources that they need: good food, good schools, and stable housing. I would like to add that Prop 21 will also help with stable housing. I'm also going to call in again on 8D on more of that, but that's it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Morgan Goodwin. Morgan?
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good evening.
Wonderful. Thank you, public servants, each and every one of you. This is an extraordinary year to be in office. My name is Morgan Goodwin. I'm a former elected official and mayor, small town in Northern California. I also work for the Angeles chapter of Sierra Club. I'm calling today to support Prop 15 and support Glendale's action here. I'm a resident of Glendale, I should add, and very much enjoy living here. Other callers have made many great points, and I won't repeat them. For me, the highlights are the fact that Chevron pays so little in taxes. It's outrageous. But personally, as a renter and as someone who would like to own property here in the future, it's also just a personal question of fairness. The idea that anyone who buys property now is paying their fair property tax, and anyone who happened to buy it so long ago is not, seems like a basic thing that we should fix if we are working to restore people's faith in government and the democratic institutions of our country. So I hope that you'll support this measure, and thank you so much for considering it.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Next one. Next caller.
Ingrid Gunnell. Ingrid, you're live.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ingrid Gunnell. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Glendale. I'm calling tonight in support of the Proposition 15 resolution. We know that Proposition 13 passed in 1978 to California's world-class public education system from being the top-funded system in the country to ranking around 39th out of 50 in per-pupil funding. It came at a time when the population of Black, Indigenous, and people of color was increasing and the white population was decreasing. It has been a systemic and systematic attack on BIPOC people in California by the wealthy elite. Prop 15 will close the corporate tax loopholes which allow mega corporations such as Chevron and Disney to pay 1978 property tax rates while shifting the burden of property taxes to homeowners. Prop 15 will protect homeowners while shifting the property tax burden back to mega corporations. We have the opportunity for the first time in 40 years to reclaim the money that mega corporations haven't been paying in taxes to benefit all of California. We have seen the continued and rising wealth gap in this country that rewards the wealthy while punishing workers with low wages and wage theft, housing insecurity, lack of medical insurance, and food insecurity. These corporations have a responsibility to California. When institutions such as the City of Glendale say budgets are a moral document, that represents what an organization stands for. They should stand for increased revenue that benefits all. We need to endorse this proposition and work to pass it on November 3rd. Glendale Unified School District has already unanimously endorsed this proposition, and the Glendale City Council has a moral obligation to pass a resolution in support of Proposition 15 to bring in much needed funds to the city that will support things like our fire department that you just gave a proclamation to earlier this evening as for Fire Prevention Week. This is a moral vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Catherine Yurka, you're live. Catherine?
Hi, thank you. My name is Catherine Yurka. Thank you for taking my call, Mayor Agajanian and members of the Glendale City Council. I'm the owner of 2 properties in Southern California. One of them is a historic property and is on the Mills Act, but the other is not, and we pay our fair share of property taxes on it. We purchased it about 5 years ago. I am calling to ask you to support the resolution tonight and to endorse Proposition 15 I don't want to add to the wonderful comments that you have gotten in support of this action, except to say California is an enormously wealthy state. The funding of our public schools is a disgrace. I really hope that you will vote to endorse this measure. Thank you so much for your time and your service. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms. Yurka. Next caller, please.
John Ballon. John?
Yes, thank you. Yes, hi. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm going to speak tonight as a Glendale small business owner, and I actually wasn't planning on calling in until I heard the Chamber of Commerce speak. They certainly do not represent me and most of the businesses around me.
Would you,
I'm urging
excuse
you to
me,
support
excuse me,
Prop 15.
excuse me, would you mention your name?
Yes, it's John Ballon.
Okay, thank you.
Did you? Okay.
Thank
So
you.
I'm a small business owner. I'm also a Glendale homeowner and a GUSD parent. And I'm asking you to support Prop 15. I'll tell you why. What we heard tonight from the Chamber of Commerce is some of the specious arguments and scare tactics. You know, this idea that rents are going to go up for small business and there's 20-year leases. The average lease in California is 5 years. I don't know anybody who has a 20-year lease. As much as they might wish, landlords can't pass on unlimited costs beyond what the market will bear. You know, the laws of supply and demand still apply. My business in particular, and this is what I can speak to, I'm in Spar Heights on Verdugo Road, just below Honolulu. My immediate neighbor broke her lease and moved out. Nearby shops are vacant, they're closing, they're struggling to survive. My landlord in this climate offered to reduce my rent by 35%. She told me that she'd offered the same rent reductions to other people in the building and that she was interested in making it work rather than losing any more tenants. So while there might be some businesses that have spent money customizing their rental spaces and it would be hard for them to leave, if landlords try increasing property taxes in this economic depression that we're in, people will leave. If they try going beyond what the market will bear, people will break their leases. And landlords know that and they will not pass that on. And let me add this, the current wave of defaults that we're seeing, bankruptcies, eviction, which are going to grow, even if COVID-19 is brought under control in the next year, commercial and residential rents are going to continue their downward trajectory. There's no fast economic recovery that's going to turn that around. And we're going to, there's also going to be less need for brick and mortar spaces. Most of my business now is happening online. People are getting more comfortable working remotely. So retail and commercial renter prices are going to continue to go down. So the way this will affect me as a small business owner in this changing landscape is that if Prop 15 passes and we have revenue in the city, the painful cuts won't have to happen to the basic services, firefighting, schools, first responders. It's an equitable solution. That's why as a small business owner, as a homeowner, as a public school parent, I'm urging you to support this, close this unfair tax loophole for big corporations. We can't afford that anymore. Please, City Council, I'm asking you to level the playing field for me and the other small business who genuinely will benefit from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
George Khachaturian? George?
The way this will affect me as a small business owner,
George, could you lower the volume on the TV?
is that if Prop 15
George?
passes and we have revenue
George?
in the city, the painful cuts won't have to happen to the basic services, firefighting, schools, first responders. It's an equitable solution. That's
George Khachaturian? George, could you hear me?
Public school parent, I'm urging you to support this, close this unfair tax loophole.
Mr. Khachaturian.
We can't afford that anymore.
Mr. Khachaturian.
Level the playing field
No.
for me and the other small business that genuinely will benefit from it.
Mr. Khachaturian.
Thank you. Next call.
Mr. Khachaturian. Lower your...
Yes. Hi.
Hi, lower your volume of your TV, please, or go away from the unit. Go away from your unit or lower the volume. Talk on phone. Don't look at the computer or TV unit.
I have, Mayor.
Okay?
Hi, this is George Khachaturian, Glendale resident. I just spoken and support the proposition. Don't forget that to me, this is a precursor to abolish Proposition 13 at all, and usually it starts like that. And The rent's gonna go up. I guarantee you that, because I manage properties and I know where the rents are. Taxes going up. Because it is going to be passed up to the tenant. And the other thing is, I don't know the person who talks in the favor of it is we have complete control of the money. Just like the gas tax which was passed a few years ago, we don't have any control over the street. The state will keep bulk of it again. And it's a ridiculous number if the Glendale School District going to get 13 million only, or the city of Glendale from 11.5 billion that is going to be collected. So we got to be careful. I urge everybody to read both sides. There's and only a small percentage of the commercial owners in California are big corporate owners. Maybe about 18% to 20%. 80% are small business owners, which they're going to be affected by either by rent or by their mortgages and the property taxes. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Please lower your TV or computer unit if you are watching. Lower the volume or go away from the units, please. Okay, next caller, please.
Carl Avanesian. Carl?
Hello, my name is Carl Avanesian, and I'm a Glendale resident. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Glendale Democrats. There were so many speakers for this resolution, and they did such a great job explaining what's happening. My only worry is, if this proposition doesn't pass, what kind of taxes are you going to raise or fees you're going to add in order to meet your budget? That's very simple right now. We need this money coming in. It's a very well-written proposition, and people should not pay attention to these scare tactics, because it's affecting just the businesses that they have been freeloading all these years. So I'm urging the city of Glendale to back and pass this resolution for Proposition 15. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Mayor, that was the last caller. We had 19 residents that spoke.
Oh, why do I count 16? Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. That's correct, because I wrote who's in favor and against. So, all right. Is there any comment by my colleagues? Anybody wants to comment on it? My colleagues? Nobody wants to say anything, so it's good. So we are voting on this item.
I was on mute.
Oh, okay. Mr. Brotman. Mr. Brotman.
I was going to let my colleagues speak first, but I can go.
Okay.
First of all, we heard a lot of great comments from the callers. I know this is an extremely controversial issue on both sides, or extremely controversial issue with strong feelings on both sides. I know there's a lot of fear among small business owners. There's fear among homeowners that somehow this is going to touch them. I want to address those fears. But first, let me start off saying, as many people have called in, this revenue is very critical to us right now. $15.5 million is what is the median forecast for what we would get on year one of this new system if it passes. Year one. Remember that the assessments will take place over many years, and it's not expected that all properties will be reassessed until something like 2025 or 2026. So $15.5 million on year one. Think about the trajectory as all properties get reassessed. This is significant revenue that we need to do the things that we want to do. We want to build more affordable housing. I know, Mr. Mayor, that's important to you. We want to purchase land for parks in South Glendale. We want to do street improvements. We want to upgrade our power lines and transformers so we don't have blackouts. We want to do more traffic enforcement. The community wants these things. We have no way to pay for them unless we raise other taxes, which we don't want to do. So this is a very important opportunity for us to not only get money one time, but to stabilize our tax base. And I want to mention about our tax base. We have a very weak tax base, and it's very unstable because so much of the revenue that we rely on comes from sales taxes and transient occupancy taxes. We go through these booms and busts. Every time there's a recession, we're talking about furloughs, we're talking about layoffs, we're talking about cutting services. We need a more stable tax base, and this would give us a degree of stability from commercial property taxes that would allow us to plan better and to avoid these booms and busts. So that's the revenue. But even if there were not so much revenue, I believe this is really sound policy because I believe in effective and competitive markets. And what the way Prop 13 works today, it creates a major competitive distortion. Companies, just by dint of having purchased property a long time ago, are at a competitive advantage to emerging companies. For instance, I worked for the company Cisco Systems for 16 years. Cisco bought a lot of land in around San Jose in the early 90s. They're paying extremely low property taxes because the values are assessed at those historic values. A startup comes in and wants to compete. They're buying land and they're paying current market assessments. It creates a unlevel playing field which advantages established companies at the expense of emerging companies. And you should know emerging companies are where we get the real job creation. I don't know of a single economist who thinks that the system we currently have in place makes any sense. So this is a great opportunity, maybe a once in a lifetime opportunity to fix something that is distorting markets. I want to make a distinction between Prop 13 protections for homeowners and for commercial and industrial property owners. There are people that are afraid that, this is going to be a slippery slope. Well, I think anybody in politics in California knows how popular Prop 13 is for homeowners. Prop 13 for homeowners is not something that anybody in their right mind would touch with a 10-foot pole, nor would the public ever get behind it. And there's also a major difference from an economic point of view. Homeowners move and sometimes die, unfortunately. So their properties get reassessed. But companies can potentially live forever. And even when their properties change hands, there are techniques that are used to avoid reassessment. And some of you may know of the Michael Dell story. Michael Dell, one of the richest men in the country, bought the Miramar Hotel in Santa Monica. He paid $200 million for the hotel, but because he structured it through a holding company where he owned a part, his wife owned a part, and some investment managers owned a part, less than 50% changed hands, and he's able to continue paying on the basis of an $80 million property valuation. So he paid 80 and the property is valued at 20. So, no, I think I have that wrong. Anyway, I forget the numbers. But the bottom line is that the state is losing $2 million a year, $2 million a year because of this. Okay, that's $2 million that could go to schools and local government. And this goes on all the time. So there is a very, very big difference between the way Prop 13 treats commercial industrial properties and why that is a flawed policy, and the way it's applied to homeowners, which I think makes a lot of sense and I don't think is at risk. I don't want to go on forever. I have a lot of stuff, but I do want to touch on this question of whether an increase in taxes for large commercial properties will get passed on to small businesses. A lot of people are using this argument. They're talking about triple net leases. This never made sense from the point of view of basic economic policy. And now there is data evidence to support that. Market prices, as one of the callers said, are set by supply and demand, not costs. Today, some companies have a lower tax cost. Do you think they charge less for their services? If we have two parking lots next to one another, one of them was purchased, let's say, in 1980, and the other was just purchased. Do you think the parking lot with a lower tax rate is charging less for people to park there? I don't think so. They're going to charge what the market will bear. And if their tax costs go up, do you think they can simply raise their prices? Of course not. People will just go park somewhere else. Or take a cafe, for instance, that has a roof leak. They have to spend $1,000 fixing their roof. Can they just pass that cost on by increasing the price of lattes? Well, they can try, but it won't work. And commercial property is a competitive market that works the same way. Property owners can try to raise rents, but tenants will look elsewhere and move if they have to. Now, are there instances in which tenants feel they can't move? Of course. Are there instances where there'll be friction costs of moving? Absolutely. But by and large, it makes no sense to expect a large pass-through of costs to small businesses. And this is the case whether it's a triple net lease or otherwise. And don't just believe me. There is a study that recently came out by Beacon Economics, which the caller from the Chamber of Commerce misunderstands. And I would like Mr. Ajemian to pull that up if he could. I gave you a link. Can you pull that up? Mr. Ajemian?
Yes, council member.
1 second. He's trying.
Okay. Because there's something in there I think is really important to read out.
Council member, is this the one, understanding the impact of Proposition 15?
Yes, this is the study. This came out recently. It looked at a random sample of 22,000 commercial property transactions, and it looked to see how property values and rents, in particular rents, are affected by the property tax costs that the property owners pay. So could you go to, Aram, could you go, I think it's to page 7, which is a summary. I think that's it. Yeah, this page here. So I just want to read something because it's really critical that we don't get confused. So what they found is that the length of time since a property was sold or renovated does not have a statistically significant relationship with commercial rents. For most property types, if an assessed value is lower than the market value, this does not influence rent. In other words, if under Prop 15, many properties are reassessed to current market value, this would not affect rents based on the properties studied. It says in a triple net lease, the tenant or lessee is responsible for the ongoing expenses of the property, including real estate taxes, building insurance, and maintenance, in addition to rent and utilities. Opponents of Prop 15 say small businesses subject to such leases would be adversely affected. But if triple net leases were affected by property tax reassessment in some wholesale manner, it would show in this report's analysis. If thousands of renters routinely had their rents increased each time properties were reassessed, evidence would be seen. Ultimately, this analysis shows that rents are determined by what the market is willing to pay. I'll skip down. And property owners charge the highest rent that a tenant is willing to pay regardless of the purchase price. I'll go to the bottom. In sum, Prop 15 could affect costs for small business in two primary ways. First, small business property owners could see higher taxes, but this analysis reveals that most commercial properties would not have their assessed values change under Prop 15. Second, increased property taxes could be passed on to small businesses through higher rents. This analysis suggests that recently purchased properties, which should command higher taxes, do not have higher rents. Based on this analysis, it seems unlikely that small business owners would be hurt by Prop 15. And Beacon Economics, by the way, is no liberal think tank. Beacon Economics is a very established consulting firm that we use ourselves in the city. Anyway, that's really what I want to say. I just want to ask for my colleagues to support this. I think it's common sense. I think we should put the interest of the people of Glendale at large over the interests of a few large property owners and corporations and their absentee owners and shareholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Devine. Ms. Devine. Excuse me, Ms. Devine.
Yes, I'd like to hear my other colleagues, please, Mr. Mayor, before I go.
Yes, please, Ms. Devine.
No, I'd like to hear my other colleagues.
Oh, you want to hear other, Mr.
I did, please,
Mr.
briefly.
Mr. Najarian, you want to go first, or Mr. Kasakian, you want to go first?
I think the council member that seconded this to come to council should state their case.
Go ahead.
I was hoping for punch counter punch, but it's fine. I'll be happy to go next. First of all, I think that the presentation of Proposition 15 as a type of panacea for all of California's ills is a bit worrisome to me, whether it's for Glendale or for the schools. I think that there's a number of things that it doesn't take into account, not the least of which is triple net leases, where some businesses are responsible for paying everything, the rent, including their share of the property tax. And the one thing is, yes, when properties do exchange hands, there is a new assessment rate, but this is going to impact a lot of businesses at once. And, you know, the timing, I think, is somewhat precarious. But I'm faced with another challenge as well, which is when I look at the schools and what California schools spend per pupil, it's frightening. For those who are familiar with me and know my background and know that I'm a product of our public schools, and as the son of immigrants, I am where I am, and I've been able to achieve what I've been able to achieve because of a fantastic public education system. You can only look at the statistics, and it's very obvious that if you lived in California, or if you went to public schools in California a little over 3 decades ago, you were going to some of the best funded schools in the country. And you look at today, and we're scraping near the bottom of the barrel. We're not at the very bottom, but we're in the bottom third, to say the least, if not the bottom 25% of states in terms of per student spending. Now, people can say, well, it's because of this group or that group or this special interest or that special interest, but ultimately, what fault is it of our children that we're not spending enough on them? And we have before us, sure, we have the letter from the Chamber of Commerce, but we also have a letter from our superintendent signed by all 5 members of our Glendale Unified School District Board, asking us, urging us to support this measure as a unified body. And I would like to see if we were in the same position and we turned to either the school board or the college board and asked them for their support on something that was critical to us, for all of us, all of the elected officials in the city, especially for the sake of our kids, to stand in solidarity. So it is for that reason, if not for that reason alone, that I support this item tonight. Ultimately, it's up to the voters of California to approve it. I don't know how much of an influence the unanimous or split support of the city council will have on this item, but our school board, which discussed this, probably in as much length as we are as well, I watched parts of that meeting, voted unanimously to support this initiative. And I think it's the very least we can do to show our support for our schools to do the same. So those are my thoughts on this. I know that others will have differing opinions. And that's all I'll say on this for the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Najarian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to say, I really wish this issue was not before us. This is going to come before the voters in several weeks, and I don't think anything that council does in the discussions will do anything except tick off people on the other side. So that's my general opinion before I tell you how I feel about this. I think it's divisive, and I think it's something that should be left to the voters. And I don't want to be a soundbite or an advertisement on one side or the other on this issue, but apparently we're dragged into this. I do not support Prop 15. I think it's ill-advised to be placed at this time during a severe economic recession because of the COVID. I think it's going to put a lot of businesses under strain, if not out of business. I think it's going to put a lot of workers out of work. I have problems. First is, this money isn't free money. There's no such thing as a free lunch, as they say. When a property owner is forced to pay higher taxes, that is going to be passed on in one way or another. That property owner, if he also operates a business on that property, is going to increase his prices. If he can't increase his prices because of this competitive nature, he's going to cut his costs. And how do you cut costs? You lay off workers. You reduce your revenues because you're paying more in expenditures. Or you go out of business. If you can't make the payroll because your taxes are, as some of the speakers said, going to jump so high because they've been given such a free ride, they may just go out of business. Some of the studies do reflect that. I'm also not happy with the way it's being expended, the money. There are no earmarks for these funds. There are no requirements that any of the funds that go to the school districts be used for classroom instruction. Not one. It just gets dumped into the general fund. There is no restriction for the city money, for us plugging that big hole of CalPERS that we have, right? We've seen the projections. This city and every other city could say, boy, I'm glad. Here comes that CalPERS money. All that $15 million that we're going to get, we'll put it right into CalPERS, and then the city won't have to worry about those pensions and salaries. I don't want that to happen. This is a flaw in the proposition. It should be earmarked. If you really want to help the students, there should be a requirement in there that it goes to classroom instruction, either capital programs or those instructors who are right there with our students. I guess Mr. Brotman and I stumbled across the same report, the Beacon Economics report. And I'm not going to make you pull it up, Aram. But it says that the likely outcome of passage of Prop 15 will be 120,000 lost jobs. But don't fear. Those jobs may reappear. Guess where they reappear? In municipal government. This is going to be a government growth initiative. And when you add jobs to a municipal government, we know what happens. I mean, how many people are happy with big government? I know I'm not. And especially when you look at those jobs that come to municipal government are tied with the incredibly oppressive CalPERS requirements. This is a bailout for the state government, who should be working on pension relief for both the school districts and the municipal government. But no, they're saying, hey, guess what, guys? You passed Prop 15. Look at all this money we're going to give you, and you could use it every way you want. And you've already heard it. We've heard calls by increased firefighting. We've had calls for increased road paving. We've heard suggestions for increased housing. We've heard increased environmental issues. This money looks like it's spoken for already. Now let me tell you, as a small business owner, I am a small business owner, and I do have a lease. And my lease tells me, and I looked it up twice, that the landlord will pass on any increases in taxes, insurance, and maintenance to me every year. Guess what? My rent won't increase. So this is a huge flaw of this Beacon economics. Nowhere do they make the distinction between rent, commercial rent, and cost of a commercial lease, because total cost has many components to it. And that cost is the actual rent that you pay, but it also is the annual surcharge that you get. And I am waiting for that surcharge. If my office were to have been sold, let's say, in July of this year, my rent's not going to go up. Oh yeah, Beacon is right. My rent's not going to go up for 10 years because I have a lease for 10 years. But let's be darn clear that I'm going to be hit, and every business in that office building is going to be hit with the increase in taxes that they have. And that's just a problem. There's no free lunch. It's going to come off small businesses' backs. This is such a concern that the NAACP, probably the most worthy organization representing people of color in the United States, has come out against this because they realize this is going to cause unemployment, it's going to cause increased costs, and it's going to hurt the most disadvantaged communities in this state. That's the NAACP talking. That's not the Chamber of Commerce. That's not Alex Bruno with the Glendale group. This is the state NAACP. The other problem that I have is just listen to the arguments that the speakers were making. Not my colleagues, the argument that the speakers were making. Oh, it's unfair for someone who bought their property 20 years ago to pay such a lower tax than someone who buys it today. Well, folks, that's the same argument they're going to make next time around when they want to readjust the residential taxes. Because the logic, if you buy the logic that we heard for commercial properties, that exact same logic applies to residential properties. Now, whether there's a public distaste or not, that's another question. But that same logic that's being used can be used to totally blow out the Prop 13 for our residential. So I'm a little bit disappointed in the Beacon economics. Just to remind everyone that California is the 48th worst state in the tax climate index that is included in Beacon economics. It's the worst state in all of the union for small business regulation. There's a lot of problems with this. And I just don't think we should be voting on it now. There's other ways that schools can get money. And I opened up my tax bill the other day, my property tax bill. I've got a whopper tax that I pay every 6 months for the school district. And God bless it, they deserve it. But I've got a whopper tax that I pay to the community college district. And they deserve it. But those are things that go directly to those organizations. So if this passes, are we going to get a repeal on those other taxes? I'm not sure. Probably not. Once they have your money, they're going to keep it. And I think part of the reason that taxes in the state have risen to the certain extent they have is because there was a lower property tax rate for certain corporate entities that have held it for 10 years, 20 years. I guess the boogeyman this evening is Chevron and Disneyland. And someone threw in Donald Trump too. So, I mean, it's just inflammatory to make those sort of arguments. And believe me, California businesses are paying more than their fair share of taxes, everything taken together. And I know I've upset, gosh knows. My email report was about 45 against Prop 15 and 55% for Prop 15. The no on Prop 15 made a strong showing in the last few days. But I'm sorry that we're dealing with this. You folks are going to vote the way you want to vote. Of course, it helps teachers. Personally, there was a much better proposition out there, the Full and Fair Funding Initiative. Much better than this Prop 15. But the sides got together and said, no, full and fair funding, you take a back seat. The full and fair funding was an increased income tax on people making over $100 million or some crazy sum like that. Now that's more of a fair tax because this tax is going to be borne by small businesses and people like me that get that fat annual CAM charge is what sometimes they call it. Oh, my rent hasn't changed, but here's your extra tax bill. So that's why I'm against it. The voters will vote the way they want to vote, but that's just my personal feeling. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr.
If I could just add-
I'm sorry, Mr. Kazak.
Sure. I don't know if this will pass or not, but I can tell you this in terms of where it will be spent, where I would like to see it spent, Councilmember Najarian and colleagues, is if the figures are accurate, if the city receives that money, I would vote to immediately allocate that fund so we do not have to do a GWP transfer anymore. We just voted on a budget reluctantly and on my part with a GWP transfer. 15 million sounds like the right amount to stop that transfer and be able to do what we can with our water and power, our utilities, to make sure that we're well funded, that we are funding all the repairs and upkeep that we need to for reliability. So I don't know how the voters are going to decide, but certainly that would be my priority if it were to pass.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Devine.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Mr. Councilmember Najarian, I agree with you on one thing. I wish this wasn't before us. I don't think that what we say is going to make that much of a difference, and I think it puts us in a bad place. But with saying that, I was first approached many months ago on my support for this proposition. And after reading the original or the initiative, I agreed with the concept. It did provide much needed money for schools and for local governments. And of course, more revenue for government services benefits everyone. That will benefit the entire community, from our grade school kids all the way up to our seniors. I also agreed that an unfair property tax structure existed, which favored large corporations. I think that goes without saying. However, I was concerned about the impacts the initiative would have on small businesses. So I did a lot of research, a lot of reading, talked to opponents and proponents, and it just kind of was all consuming. But I have concluded that Proposition 15, and I think, again, I agree, this is not a perfect proposition. It's not perfect legislation. However, it's the beginning of a tangible fix to the unfair property tax system that we currently have. And it will close loopholes that favor large businesses. It may be our best shot to start the reform process. Prop 15 will eventually raise much needed money for schools and local governments. That's not going to happen right away. That's going to take 5 years. They have to hire 500 assessors, spend $500 million. So we're not going to see any of that money for many years. The proposition also provided some exemptions and carve-outs for small businesses, which address my concerns about the impacts to these businesses, because I am concerned about them and I want to make sure that we're being somewhat fair to them. The COVID argument, why would we pass it now when, we're going through COVID? Well, as I said before, this is going to be, Prop 15 is going to be gradually phased in. Its effects are not going to be felt immediately. The reassessments are not going to start until 2022, and nothing's going to be fully implemented in 2025, if not later. The legislation has the opportunity to postpone the implementation for as long as they want. So hopefully the pandemic's going to be over by then and businesses will be prospering and up and running. And finally, and I think the most important thing, and this is what my colleagues have said, most importantly, it will not be this council that will determine the outcome of this ballot measure, of this Prop 15. It will be the California voters. So all of you that are out there listening, do your research, look into this, make sure that you know in your heart that you're doing the right thing. But based on my conclusions, I'll be voting to support the city's endorsement of Proposition 15. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we had 19 callers and we received, numerous emails I received on this item. And I have to say, among the balloon, which I received almost 792 emails only. And this, I have over 1,000 emails to read. So I don't know when I'm going to read it because I read some of it, but it was so overwhelming I stopped. Anyway, I guess my colleagues very eloquently, they spoke about this item, and as has been said here, ultimately, public will decide. They're going to vote on it, and our decision does not make any difference, in my opinion. One thing I am worried is previously there were attack on Proposition 13, and it was an entire proposition, was whether commercial, residential, all aspect of Proposition 13. Now we are seeing only it has been concentrated on commercial properties. What worries me, honestly, that this is the beginning. This is the down payment of, changing the Proposition 13, which has been established, as has been mentioned here, 40 years ago. And Howard Jarvis, I guess, was the person who was pursuing this. However, probably we shouldn't get involved with this, but since we got involved with this, I just will go ahead and call the roll call on this. So what happens?
We need a motion, Mr. Mayor.
We need the motion? Okay.
Well, I'll move the item.
Yes. Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
No.
Mayor Agajanian.
I abstain. Thank you. Next item, please.
Next item will be Glendale Water and Power regarding Shoal Substation Transformer Number 4, low tap charger repair. 1, resolution to dispense with the bidding procedures set forth in Glendale Municipal Code GMC Section 412.010A and authorize the purchasing administrator or his designee to solicit competitive bids and execute an agreement pursuant to GMC Section 4.12.010A for the Shoal Substation Transformer Number 4 low tap charger repair.
Mr. Gulan.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I'm going to turn it over to Steve Zern, General Manager, Water and Power, for a brief report on this item for you.
Emphasize brief. We will make this quick. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, what we're asking tonight is we have a critical repair to a transformer at one of our high output substations. And in order to expedite the process, we're simply asking if we can go through the bidding process with the purchasing administrator versus the more formal process of multiple council meetings. Again, it's about $100,000 project, and our sole purpose for doing this is to see if we can cut, upwards of 6 weeks off the whole process and get the repair done. We're pretty confident in knowing the firms that do this work, and I think it's pretty straightforward. So I think it can be more than adeptly handled by the purchasing administrator. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Mr. Mayor, I thought I heard Councilmember Devine make a motion. If she did, I'll second it. This item. I'm sorry.
Oh, you are moving the item. We can't hear you, but I saw that you are moving the item, and we have the second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Agajanian.
Yes. What's next?
Glendale Water and Power regarding consideration of ordinance to ban the sale of Mylar balloons in the city of Glendale. One, ordinance amending Title 8 of the Glendale Municipal Code 1995, adding Chapter 8.18 relating to the prohibition of the sale of Mylar balloons within the city of Glendale. Two, resolution amending the citywide fee resolution regarding administrative citation, fine amounts for sale of Mylar balloons violation, and amending the citywide fee schedule to add violations subject to fines for sale of Mylar balloons violation.
Oh, okay, Mr. Galanian.
Yes.
Sorry.
No worries. We'll go again to Mr. Zern for a short PowerPoint presentation.
Mr. Steve Zern.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, at the direction of the city council, after we had presented a report overall on the general nature of Mylar balloons and their impact on the electrical grid, especially the overhead grid system, council's direction was for us to come back with some legislation and policy for further consideration banning the sale of Mylar balloons in Glendale. So we've come back with that, and somewhere out there is Doreen Martirosian, who is going to give you the presentation. She did a majority of the work on this portion of it with the legislative nature, so I'll turn it over to her.
Okay. I am here. Thank you, Mr. Zern. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Doreen Martirosian, and I'm going to be making a very brief presentation, providing some background and setting forth a proposed ordinance for discussion and direction. Mr. Ajemian, if we could have, there it is, it's up. Next slide, please. So as Mr. Zern indicated, the City Council requested a report on a potential Mylar balloon ban. That was in the month of June. On July 28th, Glendale Water and Power presented a report on Mylar balloons, the outages that they cause, and provided a history of the legislation over the years. That report is attached to the report that you have before you tonight as Exhibit A. On September 29th, which is today, we're here to present a draft ordinance for your consideration and direction. Next slide, please. So metallic balloons or Mylar balloons, the terms are interchangeable. They are a safety hazard as been demonstrated to you when they come into contact with or come close to high voltage power lines. The electricity between the two lines can arc. When the conductive material from the balloons becomes tangled in the lines, and you have power outages, explosions, down power lines, and damaged infrastructure. Since 2007, GWB customers have experienced multiple outages, 168 outages, as a result of Mylar balloons. The outages account for about 18.8% of the power outages and equate to 223,317 hours of customer interruption. We also have a very, very brief video demonstrating the damage, demonstrating the nature in which these balloons explode when they come into contact. So Mr. Ajemian, if you could please play the video.
give me a minute.
Okay, here's a Mylar balloon again, making contact with 2 wires.
That's the best one. Yeah.
Okay, that blows the fuse, causing an outage to an area.
Thank you. So that's there can be explosions much larger than what you just saw in the video as a result of these contacts. Next slide, please, Mr. Ejemian, whenever you get a chance. Thank you. The other one, previous slide, please. You're one ahead of me.
We do have one more video sent to us. I can put that on.
Yes, that was embedded in the PowerPoint, which is the public service announcement that GWP did, and we added that. I think if you just click on the YouTube there.
Yeah, that's the one that Mr. Ejemian
That's the same one.
Okay, here's a Mylar balloon again, making contact with 2 wires.
You just had the one.
Yeah.
So Mr. Ejemian was just starting to show the other one.
That's the best one.
I do have another one from a council member I can show.
Sure.
Aaron?
Yes.
If you could show the one I gave you?
Sure, right now.
You have to be patient with this one.
Good Lord! That was hard.
There was also something, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, to mention, is that you can tell on that pole there is the telltale canvas bag, which is a lineman's toolbox. So the linemen were there, but because of the danger of those balloons in there, that essentially they had to stand. I believe they filmed this as well. They had to stand and wait for the explosion because it was too dangerous to have somebody up there to try to clear the balloons off the line with the wind like that and the balloons going back and forth. But clearly in that picture, at the lower part of the pole just under the transformer, you can see the lineman had already started to go up there and then had to come down from the pole because of the safety related issues. I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Mr. Zern. So, Mr. Ejemian, if we could go to slide number 4.
Steve, you also mentioned there was another slide or another video.
We can keep going through that.
This is it. Thank you. So this slide summarizes the current existing laws on Mylar balloons. As the report indicates, the legislation dates back to 30 years ago. The first piece of legislation that came down on Mylar balloons was enacted in 1990. It was AB 1990. And what resulted from it was California Penal Code Section 653.1, as it reads today, which it basically prohibits the release of Mylar balloons into the air. The first offense is an infraction, and then subsequent offenses could be charged as a misdemeanor. Over the years, numerous legislations were attempted. However, none of them came to fruition. Fast forward to, I believe, the 2017-2018 legislative session, and the Business and Professions Code Section 22942 was enacted. So that requires, at the time of the sale of the Mylar balloon, it requires an object of sufficient weight to be affixed to the Mylar balloon so that it doesn't float into the air, heavy enough to keep it down. And it also requires permanent warning notices to be engraved on the Mylar balloons, as well as the identity of the manufacturer to be noted on the balloons. Next slide, please. So what we have brought before the City Council tonight for consideration and direction is a draft ordinance. Basically, it's a very brief ordinance. Council had a discussion on July 28th, and Council's desire was to ban the sale of Mylar balloons. I recall Council discussing a possession, and it was Council's desire not to go into a possession of balloons and making that an infraction or a misdemeanor. So what we did, in accordance with the direction that we received, was add a proposed chapter 8.18 to Title 8 of the Glendale Municipal Code, and it's very brief. If you have it before you attach to this report, it basically prohibits the sale of Mylar balloons within the city limits. Now, the violations of the ordinance could be punishable by either administrative citations, using a resolution before you, which would add them to the administration citation schedule. So the first offense would be $100, second offense would be $200, a subsequent would be $500 within a 1-year period. After that, the city has the discretion, or even without an administrative citation process, to charge subsequent offenses as misdemeanors, which would be punishable as any other misdemeanor is by a fine of up to $1,000 or 180 days in county jail or both. Now, one thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, it's in the ordinance, just for discussion and direction. Mr. Examian, if you could also please pick up the picture that I sent to you of the smaller non-helium filled Mylar balloons. Thank you. So, directing your attention to the proposed ordinance, it would be section 8.18.030. As it's worded currently, it says the sale of Mylar balloons, whether or not inflated with helium or gas, which is lighter than air, is prohibited. And subsection B states it shall be unlawful for any person, firm, or corporation to sell or offer to sell any Mylar balloon, whether or not inflated with helium or gas, which is lighter than air. So we have Mylar balloons, such as the ones that are depicted on the screen, which are not filled with helium. They're just filled with regular air. They're on plastic sticks, for lack of a better term, and they can be included in bouquet of flowers or in plants. So if the council is so inclined to not ban those types of Mylar balloons, to only ban those which are filled with helium or air or gas that is lighter than air, then we would go ahead and eliminate, the recommendation would be to have the ordinance introduced with the amendment to eliminate the whether or not portion of the two provisions that I just read. However, if the city council is inclined to ban all Mylar balloons, regardless of what they're filled with, then the proposed ordinance would be what's recommended. And with that, I'm happy to answer your questions.
Could you go to page 4? Where that AB 2450, page 4 of report. Okay, page 4, yeah. On the bottom of the page, it says, and requires the identity of the manufacturer to be marked on the balloons. This is, the manufacturer will be punished or pay for the damage? What's the purpose of having identity of manufacturers? Is this anything else in this ordinance or law that?
Mr. Mayor, council members, the identity of the manufacturer is required in case if there are too many instances, situations where the Mylar balloons are coming into contact. It's just a way of identifying the manufacturer if entities, utilities need to contact them. I would branch out, and this is a speculation on my part, perhaps for civil liability reasons. But that was one of the requirements, just so that the manufacturers do not get away with having their balloons raised.
Okay. Thank you. So if this Mylar balloon is with not helium, then will cause no problem, Mr. Zern?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, no, that's the idea is when you have helium or something lighter than air that allows them to become airborne and then float on wind drifts is when you have a problem with the aerial overhead system. So as long as it's with air, as you may recall, back in the day, and you'd simply blow up latex balloons for your kids and they would bat them around. They wouldn't fly away because blown up that way doesn't allow them to get airborne. So that's where it causes the problem when they get up in the air.
Thank you. Do we have callers, please?
Mayor, yes, we do have 11 callers on the line.
Okay, let's listen to them. And each one, please speak for 2 minutes, please. Because otherwise tonight we'll be here for a long time. So.
Victoria Valentine, you're live. Go ahead.
Yes. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, Mayor Agajanian. First of all, a remark to the patient one, Council Member Najarian. In the manager's seat, is that a hint? We need a down-on-luck genius from Beverly Hills brought into Glendale for cheap. Then I wish Mayor Agajanian would introduce us to the staff members that are present in the chamber tonight. Now, about the Mylar balloons. Mylar balloon is out of control flying object. Imagine, out of control. The 300 passengers on that plane where the captain let it go of the controls plunged into the ocean, never to be found again. Forget the weight. That's just a nonsense. They can be reinflated with, the little ones can be reinflated with the helium. Now, this flying object is capable of causing power failure and fire. Have we forgotten that it's burning around us, that our oxygen has been taken away? In Santa Clarita, how did those high-tension towers got on fire? This should be a clear-cut ban on sale of Mylar balloons in Glendale. And then Mr. Zern and Mr. Broadman need to fly to Sacramento and put it into law. No more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, bravo, Councilmember Najarian, bravo. And bravo, Mayor Agajanian, making this a very colorful evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Scott Johnson, you're live. Scott.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council, for allowing me an opportunity to speak. This balloon ban would be utterly devastating to my business. My name is Scott Johnson, and I'm the president of LA Balloons, here, located here in Glendale. I have been in the balloon industry for 30 years, and we employ 18 staff members. We sell balloons to over 200 different businesses here in the city of Glendale. Our customers are stores and home-based businesses. Recently, we've seen many new customers who were struggling with the job loss and decided to start their own balloon business for the first time. One of those customers, Jessica, just told us, she said, since the pandemic started, balloons is my only source of income. A ban on balloons would also devastate these 200 small businesses. Collectively, as a group here in Glendale, we have all invested millions of dollars into our businesses and into the city of Glendale by conducting business here in the city. And I ask, is it reasonable to bankrupt our Glendale businesses during this time? I believe our city will suffer millions of dollars in economic damage along with multitudes of job losses. And that's not factoring in the $500,000 in sales tax revenue generated just by balloons. Utility companies around the country, they list their top 8 main reasons for power outages. You will not find balloons recorded on any of these lists. That's because there are so few of them. Glendale Water and Power published a 5-year report from 2008 to 2012, in which they reported just a yearly average of 9 power incidents that they claimed was due to balloons. And that's only 9 for the whole year. GWP also reported they fixed these issues very quickly, averaging about 45 minutes for all their disruptions. So the effect was minimal. So I asked, why are the 200,000 citizens of Glendale and businesses in this area being punished for just a handful of irresponsible people? Glendale Water and Power also listed in 2018 as a year with higher number of incidents. But you may not know it is likely due to a local NBA star player. He created a viral video of himself releasing balloons. It was then sent to his 17 million followers, and having him do this all without thinking through the issue of releasing balloons. However, I see this really as a great opportunity for the balloon industry and the utilities for us to work together. I think we can get this basketball player to do a viral video where he discusses keeping balloons weighted down. And I firmly believe that the answer is in educating the public. Here at LA Balloons, we actively educate our community. We include education cards with our orders. We also publish education messages on our website. We created large posters in our store educating customers on being responsible and keeping balloons weighted down. And finally, as you know, there is a current balloon law in California requiring that all balloons be weighted down. The power company has told you that this law has had no effect, but I completely disagree. In 1990, when the law was enacted, the population in California was 29 million people. There are now 40 million of us. That's an increase of 40%. That's a lot more people buying balloons, yet there are the same little few amount of power issues here. And so I'd say the law is working. All the education we have done in our state is working. We are just not finished telling everyone. So I ask you to give us more time, and I ask you to not ban balloons.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, usually we don't ask questions, but since you are one of the leaders of this Mylar balloon industry, okay, I want to ask you, do you have problem with not filling these Mylar balloons with helium?
Yes, because a majority of foil balloons that are sold are filled with helium.
But what will happen if you wouldn't do that? Still, you will sell this Mylar balloons, but it's not going to cause problem for anybody. Is that not acceptable to you?
No, because the majority of our sales and the majority of our customer sales are balloons filled with helium. They're not balloons filled with air.
No, but what will happen if you do otherwise to prevent us to go against this industry? I mean,
sure. I think there's a lot of other ways to address this. One of them would be to include the education, like an education card at the point of sale. Don't you think that it's more important to educate the person who's buying the balloons right at that very moment in time?
I'm sorry, I don't want to get involved with this discussion, but that will be an unbelievable hard thing to do, to educate people with not to let it go and damage the electrical system.
Sure, but overall, it's a very small. It's a very small
damage,
percentage of time.
I'm sorry, since you
are
are
nine per year to 12 per year is not.
I mean, this is not the place to argue with each other. But I just want to. I don't know if you previously they have shown on the screen that among GWP chart outages from 1107 until 6520 for 13 years, Mylar balloons been number one, causing major problems for our electrical system. So that's why we are trying to prevent. I mean, personally, I have a small business like you. I don't want to damage any business, but we have to consider that 168 times caused outages, a major problem for the residents of Glendale. This is just Glendale. So I hope you will consider to sell it, but with regular air rather than helium. Anyway, thank you. Next caller, please.
Lorna O'Hara. Lorna, you're live.
Hi, good evening. This is Lorna
hi.
O'Hara,
Hello.
applying on behalf of the Balloon Council, also known as TBC, which is an organization comprised of retailers, distributors, and manufacturers. I'd like to thank the mayor for postponing the hearing on this matter and thank the City Council for affording us the opportunity to be heard this evening. I will be brief, as you do have my and our industry's expanded comments submitted in our letter for the record. I would like to give our business owners on hold time to get into the call and provide you with specifics. We believe this ordinance is unnecessary because of the industry's national effort to promote smart balloon practices. TBC was formed in the early 90s to represent the industry on a host of issues, including the issue which is subject of this ordinance. We believe this ordinance is based on misinformation regarding power outages. It's also important to point out that over many years, we have put time away from our day-to-day business operations aside and continually addressed proposed bans on sale of foil balloons based on power outages in the state of California. There are foil balloons sold in every state in the nation, yet this is unique to California. The power companies in California continue year after year with their agenda to ban our products, potentially costing individuals their jobs and livelihood. We can't ignore the important topics of diversity, inclusion, and empowerment of women and minority-owned businesses. This ban would negatively impact small business owners in Glendale and surrounding areas. And I think especially during, a time in our history when we need to be boosting our overall economy, not hurting it, something to consider. We ask you not to support the ordinance and ask that you give the Balloon Council and our industry a chance to continue to do our work, educating retailers and consumers on the uses of balloons. With regard to the labels on
Your
balloons that the
time is
mayor
up.
brought up,
I'm sorry.
just for the good of the order, we have worked with legislators, throughout the last couple of decades, and we were very active in those notices.
Miss
that go
O'Hara,
on
your
the
time is
foil.
up. Miss O'Hara.
Okay, I will just say, just with all due respect to the presenter, we want to be good corporate citizens and mitigate any problems, and we're not trying to get away with anything. And I'm happy to entertain any questions you may have, but I'd like to yield my time to the people on the ground there to express their
All right.
concerns and
Thank
provide
you,
you with
Mr.
specifics.
O'Hara. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay,
Next
thank you
call.
for your time and consideration.
No problem. Thank you. Next caller.
Stephen Nahu. Stephen, you're live.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. First of all, thank you to the mayor for pushing back this vote by a week. My name is Stephen Mayhew, and I'm the marketing director for LA Balloons, the balloon distributor located in Glendale. And I have been working with balloons in the city of Glendale for the past 15 years. A ban on Mylar balloons would be devastating to not only us, but also the 100 other balloon retailers and over 200 small business decorators in the city of Glendale, many which are women and minority owned. While I understand the concern Mylar balloons pose, the numbers reflected in the Glendale Water and Power report are greatly overinflated, and the figures are designed in a misleading way to represent balloons as the main cause. I understand you do not work with balloons, but the balloon industry is highly active in our city. The economic impact that this would have includes loss of jobs, companies going out of business, and a loss of sales tax revenue to the city of Glendale up to $500,000 a year. The fact that over 400 small businesses, 200 plus community members, 5 major grocery chains, Party City, Teamsters Local 848, and even our own Glendale Chamber of Commerce have expressed their opposition to a Mylar ban, should be a deafening voice that this is not the right move. So many are struggling with COVID right now and just trying to stay alive. This ban would ultimately wipe out so many small businesses in our city and in the surrounding cities. The solution? Educating the public is the best way to reduce outages. If you are looking to enforce something, why not enforce the California balloon law that is already on the books? How many people has the city of Glendale fined for this law in the past 10 years? I assume 0. Or, like we do it here at LA Balloons, make it a requirement for all balloon retailers to include an information card at the time of purchase about not releasing balloons. I leave you with these 2 questions. After sending emails and letters, why has no council member replied to my request for a meeting? We are your constituents. And 2, what's the downside to working with us balloon retailers to develop a solution? Nothing. In closing, banning balloons will not solve the problem. You're only going to create more problems, economic problems. We are all against releasing balloons, and we're all on the same side. We have solutions, and we want to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Amanda Armstrong, you're live. Amanda?
Hi, thank you, Mayor Agajanian and esteemed council members for accepting my phone call.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Armstrong, and I'm owner and CEO of Top Hat Balloon Works. And although I'm based in Mission Viejo, our business has been greatly affected by COVID-19 restrictions already, and the inability for mass gatherings and even the small social gatherings that's unnecessary. That this unnecessary ban on foil balloons puts our 22-year business in extreme jeopardy. We have a number of clients in Glendale, and any business that we get is imperative in keeping our doors open and our staff employed. We're just one of the hundreds of women-owned balloon decorating businesses in LA and Orange County that service the Glendale community. Another point that is that our main balloon distributor, LA Balloons, is our wholesale distributor, and they're also located in Glendale. They supply us with the majority of our foil balloons. And this consists over half of our balloon stock in the purchases from this Glendale distributor. And I know that this will be devastating for them as well, not to mention the hundreds of businesses that buy directly from them, mostly women and small minority-owned businesses. I'd like, as mentioned before, I'd like to make a couple of other pertinent points. First, California already has a state law that requires balloons filled with lighter than air gas to be weighted. And this ordinance is not acceptable because you're banning all the sale of foil balloons, regardless of whether they're helium filled or air filled. And that the reason that many of these electrical outages is make it unnecessary, since we already have the state law. I use air-filled balloons, foil balloons in my decor. In the majority of my decor, they don't all have to be helium, but a lot of them are helium filled. And so just this unnecessary ban on all foil balloons is unwarranted.
Ms. Armstrong.
And I just, yes.
Thank you. Your time is up. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Jim McCormick, you're live. Jim?
Good evening, Mayor and distinguished City Council members. First off, I'd like to thank you for postponing this discussion for a week. My name is Jim McCormick. I'm the Western Regional Sales Manager for Anagram International. Anagram is the largest manufacturer of foil or metallic balloons in the world. I'm calling tonight to express my opposition to the proposed bill banning balloons in the city of Glendale. From a manufacturing perspective, all of us in the industry have made sustainability commitments to the industry. Anagram recycles and recaptures 100% of their inks and solvents that we use in the manufacturing process. All of our lighting in the plant and distribution centers has been replaced with LED lights. Helium is recaptured and recycled for testing our balloons. and we've installed state-of-the-art air emissions equipment to ensure clean air. For our retail partners, our commitment continues ongoing with educational programs which generate safe balloon practices, including Don't Let Go campaign. We offer our Helium Saver line to retailers, which helps them reduce the amount of helium required to float a balloon. In California, we strictly enforce the balloon law already in place with retailers, which requires every helium-filled balloon to be tethered with a weight. We organize and participate in beach cleanups every year and to help improve the environment and create a smaller footprint for a better world. Anagram has also been working with the San Diego Gas and Electric Utility since 2016 to come up with a conductive-free film, and we have made significant progress due to our collaboration. COVID-19 did slow down the process this year due to closures, but we remain optimistic that we will have a solution to the conductive issue in the next 18 to 24 months. Anagram is working with legislators at the state level on this program, and we've tested balloons at a California and Georgia utility plant, both of which were very successful, so we're well on our way. The average statewide number of reported outages due to foil balloons has been less than 5% on an annual basis.
Mr. McCormick.
Yeah.
Your time is up. I'm very sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, I'd just like to thank the committee and
Thank you.
Education collaboration with the power companies. That's the key to a reasonable solution. I urge everyone to vote no, or at least to give us some time and postpone your vote. I'd appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Joe, you're live. Joe?
Yes, thank you.
Please state your name, full name, please, Joe.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Joe Abelovitz, and I'm the CEO of Mayflower Distributing Company. And I want to thank you, too, for this opportunity to voice my concern about the impact of this balloon ban ordinance on my business, my customers' business, and the local community. Mayflower's been in the balloon business, distributing products for over 40 years. We've had a physical presence in the Los Angeles market for over just about 20 years. You know, my company has spent millions of dollars on infrastructure over the past several years, and we've worked really hard to continue to grow that business on the West Coast. We provide over 100 good-paying jobs with great benefits, including 401k match, profit sharing for all of our employees, and we're contributing significantly to local and state tax base, as well as supporting local charities in our surrounding community. The proposed ordinance, if adopted, would have a devastating impact on our business, not just in California, but in many parts of the country. We have many customers in Glendale, and in talking to many people, this ordinance would essentially destroy their business as well. Many of these people are entrepreneurs. They've spent years, sometimes decades, developing their businesses and their skills. You know, these are really talented people. I've gotten to know many of them personally, and it's just a very, very impressive group of people, and they provide a valuable service to their community. I know I don't have a lot of time, and I know we're on the clock here. It's getting late, but you know, I respectfully ask that you support our efforts, basically to work together with industry to educate retailers and consumers to follow the existing California laws. I think if we can do this, we can keep our community strong without hurting local businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Loretta Gutierrez. Loretta, you're live.
Hello, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm calling on behalf of Party City, which is a nationally recognized retailer of party goods and supplies and is well known for its incredible selection of balloons in over 750 stores around the country. Today, I'm asking you not to move forward with the proposed balloon ban on the sale of foil balloons in the city of Glendale. Such a ban would tremendously impact our business, as well as the business of many retailers in the city of Glendale who are already reeling from COVID-19 pandemic. It would hurt state and local tax revenue and would threaten hundreds of jobs in the Glendale area. Eliminating a product loved by so many could be a tipping point for the loss of many businesses. Rather than threatening the livelihood of so many community members, the goals of the legislation could be effectively achieved instead by joining forces to educate the public. You may be surprised to learn that balloons are a huge multi-million-dollar industry in the city of Glendale, consisting of hundreds of businesses that sell and display balloons. The industry spans a wide range of businesses, including balloon decorations, banquet halls, gift shops, grocery stores, florists, party stores, and balloon distributors, as well as people who rely on this income from online and social media promotions. The majority of balloon decorators in the Glendale area are women in minority-owned businesses. Balloons provide full-time and part-time work for thousands of workers in our area. A balloon ban on foil balloons is a ban on a critical piece of livelihood for so many in the city of Glendale, as well as lost businesses to neighboring municipalities where foil balloon sales are unrestricted. In addition to hurting business revenues and threatening jobs, a ban on foil balloons will lead to major revenue and sales tax losses that will be felt on local and state levels. State and local sales tax revenue has already been decimated by the pandemic, which continues to drag on with no end in sight. The lost revenue impacts crucial social services and infrastructure spending, all key to our economic recovery.
Ms. Gutierrez, I'm very sorry, your time is up.
All right, well, in parting words, I think to answer to the environmental concerns and reducing power outages is not a ban for foil balloons, but to educate the public. The Balloon Council, the balloon manufacturers, and local Southern California balloon distributors stand ready to work with lawmakers to help in promoting an effective don't release balloons method.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the call. I have to stop you. Very sorry for that. Next caller, please.
Justin Savakis. Justin?
Hi.
Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and
Hi.
City Council members. Hi, my name is Justin Savakis, and unlike, unfortunately, many others who've called in tonight, I am actually a Glendale resident. I've lived here for 8 years, and I'm planning on buying property in the city very soon. I'm also a small business owner and run a business out of my apartment. In the 8 years I've been in the city, I've noticed that we've had increasing power outages, and according to news and Glendale GWP's Twitter account, they are almost all Mylar balloon based. And as someone who has a computer equipment running 24/7, this has affected me directly. I've experienced equipment damage. I've had to buy battery backup power supplies. This has cost my business substantial damages. The current level of service is really not acceptable under most circumstances. We can't really prevent people from bringing Mylar balloons in from surrounding cities, but we can be a leader on this subject. I often see half-deflated Mylar balloons with helium blowing through the air 10 to 15 up, and clearly the weighted balloon law is not being followed. Often these balloons are released by accident by small children. An education program would do absolutely nothing to solve the problem, in my opinion. I feel bad for those in the balloon industry, but we have a lot of uninsulated power cables, and it's simply unsafe to continue as is. So I have no problem with balloons filled with plain air, possibly attached to disposable poles. That should be suitable for most novelty purposes. It's hard to imagine that local businesses would be impacted much by a ban on helium-filled balloons. But I implore the City Council to do something because the current situation is really unacceptable and damaging to those of us who don't run balloon-based small businesses in Glendale.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Lindsay Peters, you're live. Lindsay.
Hi, I'm going to thank the Mayor and Council for accepting our comments on this tonight. Like the caller before me, I am also a Glendale resident. I work for a company based here in LA, and I also, in the pandemic, because I've been remotely, am reliant on GWP, and I know the number of power outages and problems caused by Mylar balloons have been significant in the few years that I've lived here in Glendale. It's also something that I get lost when I'm seeing like litter and trash. Balloons seem to accumulate with them. Selling heated balloons, it doesn't seem to stop people from cutting the ribbons on those balloons and releasing them. I frequently see them flying through the air from the freeway, and I think that we have the chance to reduce that incident, reduce that litter, the fire risk, and the power outage risk. And so I would urge you to make this.
Hello. You got cut off.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sure. I just wanted to vote support for the ban. I think that the increase in power outages and the inability so far for us to prevent people from releasing balloons has shown that we need to take more drastic action to try and protect our power system and also litter and garbage in our community.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peters. Next caller, please.
Sahid Kulham Farsi. Sahid, you're live.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all the councilmen. I do appreciate the opportunity to express my opinion in this matter. I own a power supply business in Glendale for past 20 years, and I employ 5 to 10 to 15 people every year. I also work with a lot of small business balloonists who are mostly minorities and women-owned, who they buy balloons and they buy helium tank from me to run their small business. In past 20 years, we always practice safe business and always, weigh down the Mylar balloon, even the latex balloon. We always educate our customers at how to handle them. And we have lots of happy customers who balloon makes their party exciting. And we always practice safe balloons. And this ban will reduce my business by at least 25 to 30%. That means that I have to lay off some people at my store. With the COVID and a pandemic that's been happening, my business has already been hurt 25 to 30%. And this will put me really in a red margin with myself and also other small businesses who I help to survive. I would really appreciate if that ban would not happen and help us to educate more people, and we'll be glad to even pass pamphlets, which we have, and we educate everybody in this regard, and we understand that education will make everything safe.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, and have a good night. Appreciate it.
Mr. Cohen Farsi. Thank you. Next caller, please.
Scott Lowe. Scott, you're live.
Hi, my name is Scott Lowe, and unlike several of those callers, I'm also a longtime Glendale resident, and I'm also calling in support of the Mylar balloon ban. I think you have the opportunity in front of you to improve the reliability of electrical power in Glendale by about 20% at basically no cost. Preventing the sale of Mylar balloons in Glendale is the simplest, lowest cost, and most common sense step towards guarding our critical power infrastructure. So please look at the clear evidence and vote in favor of a Mylar balloon ban. And to some of the earlier callers in the balloon industry, how is education going to work when the purchaser of a balloon nearly always gives it to a small child as a gift? balloons are almost always a gift, and you can't trust a small child inherently with a destructive device that can knock out a power line. So simply sell balloons that don't cause power outages. Sell latex or air-filled balloons, or sell flowers. They don't cause power outages. The tax revenues brought in by the balloon industry aren't making up for the cost that the balloons are imposing on the rest of society. I believe there were actually 2 Mylar balloon-caused outages in Glendale just this week. The balloon industry doesn't deserve any benefit of the doubt because we have the actual data. We know what the status quo is, and it's unacceptable. Since 2007, GWB customers have experienced over 170 outages as a result of Mylar balloons. So that's a huge amount of outages and customer interruption. So that such destruction and economic damage is caused by these novelties. It's really absurd. The cost imposed by the outages far outweighs any tax benefit that the city of Glendale receives from these destructive devices. And also, beyond the service interruption, you should also think of the fire risk posed by a Mylar balloon showering dry brush with sparks. So our hillsides right now are very dry. Fire season is stretching ever longer. There currently are multiple wildfires going on around us right now as we speak. So that's a grave concern. So please do the right thing and vote in favor of a ban on these destructive devices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. Next caller, please.
Miriam Kwan. Miriam, you're live.
Hi, my name is Miriam Nakamura Kwan, and I've spoken in the past to the Glendale City Council before. I wasn't planning to say anything tonight, but I felt compelled to give my input. My daughter is an event coordinator for one of the top 4 network studios, and they buy a lot of their balloons from LA Balloon, and it's not for children, it's for entertainment. So when you're talking about, the end people who actually end up, the consumers who end up consuming those balloons, it's the entertainment industry, it's the event coordinators, it's the wedding planners, it's the small businesses, and they're coming into Glendale to put their tax dollars to work in buying these products. So, I keep hearing both sides of it. I was kind of impartial initially, and then I'm thinking, well, can you put a serial number, match a serial number either on the balloon itself or a heavier weight on the balloon? I mean, I don't know. I just Googled how many florists that sell balloons in Glendale, and there are a lot of florists, and they oftentimes will put a Mylar balloon on the arrangement. Because a latex balloon doesn't always survive when it's up next to some branches and other type of topiary type things. So, there has to be some other way. I maybe continue this item to another day, but I mean, you really need to have some. I didn't see any study or any of the city analysis. You're analyzing it from the point of view of it causing all this damage. But what about the economic damage that what this ban is going to cause? Also, I didn't know that a city could pass a law that would supersede a state law. I didn't know that the city has the authority to be able to go beyond what the state has already dictated. So, this is my 2 cents. I think there's other ways of mitigating, weighting the balloons, each individual balloon, weighting it, or putting some sort of number taped to the balloon that says who was the customer that ultimately bought that balloon. Because right now, all the balloons become anonymous once they're set free, and maybe have people fined for causing those damages.
Ms. Kwan, your time is up.
Thank you.
You for your opinion. Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Alec Barsasov. Alec?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, my name is Alec Bartrosov, resident of Glendale. I support the ban. I think, the data is there. It's very clear that these balloons are causing an effect on the reliability of our electrical grid. I think these businesses have the ability to adapt, and likewise, council should be able to adapt to understand the data that's in front of them and react accordingly. We are not in a position to be able to second guess this or think twice about this. We need to act now given the climate change challenges that we are facing. And Mylar balloons should not be a reason for the unreliability of our electrical grid. There's enough problems as there is. And I think, like many things, we will be able to adapt. These businesses will be able to adapt, and there will be other products that will be available to people that want something similar to a Mylar balloon. So that's my opinion, and I think we should move ahead with this ban. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bersosov, I guess. Next caller, please.
Armen Karalian. Armen, you're live.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Armen Karlanian. I am a longtime resident of Glendale. I live and work in the city of Glendale. I am calling in support of the ban on Mylar balloons. They cause significant damage in the city of Glendale, countless hours of downtime. I don't think this is a matter of education. I echo a previous caller's statements about that. I think we need to do the right thing here and move towards a ban. I'm keeping my comments brief. I hope that the message is loud and clear that the residents of the city of Glendale want to move forward on a ban for Mylar balloons. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Armin. Next caller, please.
Mayor, that was the last caller. We had 15 calls on this item.
Thank you. So, I want to ask before I go to my colleagues. So, do we have the report says to ban Mylar balloons, right?
The sale of Mylar balloons.
Sale of Mylar balloons, and if it's helium filled
or lighter than air, yes. If it's filled with a substance such as helium, or that it's lighter than air, and it allows the balloon to become airborne, then it would be.
We are not against the Mylar balloon. Is what is filled with. We are against.
Can I
because
address
it's
that
causing.
Yeah, absolutely. Go right ahead.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
members of the council, just so you know, the direction that we received, that our office and GOP received, was to bring back an ordinance to ban the sale of Mylar balloons. So the way the ordinance that was in your packet is originally written, it would ban the sale of Mylar balloons, whether or not inflated with helium or gas, which is lighter than air, is prohibited. So any Mylar balloon, whether it's with air, helium, deflated, it was prohibited. I know in discussions as part of the briefings, there was this question raised about whether you got rid of that part and just said whether if it's inflated with helium or gas. And then that part, there is language that we could propose if the council is interested. I would note, after thinking about this, hearing the discussion and having a discussion with my staff and Mr. Zern, is that it would seem that if you provide that exception, that it could provide the potential for some loopholes, primarily associated with who puts in the helium and who doesn't. So I just want to put that out there for you. If you want the complete ban, it would seem to augur towards providing it as a complete ban, meaning ban the sale of Mylar balloons, period. But certainly the council, that's the council's discretion at this point. We would just note that if you want to say you have a ban on the sale of Mylar balloons, providing an exception for those balloons that don't have helium could provide a loophole that can be taken advantage of.
Okay. Anybody wants to comment on this?
I'll start.
Yes, Ms. Devine.
Yeah, I'll start, and I'm going to think about that air-filled Mylar balloon. I brought this forward because the hazards that are imposed on our electrical system, and we saw the explosion. We heard from our residents who've had power outages and cost them money and business, etc. I think hearing all of these sorts of things, don't forget the fires, the environment, the trash that is collected and ends up in the trees. And there are so many negative impacts from Mylar balloons that I really think it's time for us to take the first step. Glendale takes the first step in a proactive leadership role in solving and or mitigating the problem by banning the sale of these Mylar balloons in our city. I received, and we all did, hundreds and hundreds of emails from people and organizations with opposing this ordinance. So I just want to address a couple that I heard tonight and that I read from those that are opposing it. First of all, they said the ban will negatively impact many women and minority-owned small businesses and thousands of full and part-time workers who decorate and sell Mylar balloons. Well, these businesses and workers can still decorate and sell latex balloons, which before we had Mylar balloons, did not create a problem for the balloon businesses or the workers. We are not banning all balloons. We are banning Mylar balloons. And the statistics that were presented by the opposition show that 80 million latex balloons are sold in California each year versus 60 million Mylar. So latex balloons outsell Mylar balloons in our state. Second argument was that this was Mr. McCormick, and he's one I want to cite. Our industry is aware of the problems and we have with the power grid, and we're working to develop non-conductive materials. My question to him is, and he wants time, and my question to him is, how long have you been aware of the problem? How long have you been working on developing this non-conductive material? And when will this material be developed and start being used? And I look at this ban as being an incentive to expedite the development of this material, because we can always lift this ban. We can do that as soon as they come up with a non-conductive material. The also claim is that educating the public, everyone said education is the key to resolving this issue. Well, we look at the July 28th staff report, we see that education has not worked. I mean, it clearly shows the numerous education programs at the city of Glendale alone. That doesn't even count I don't know what the businesses are doing, but just the amount of education that our city is putting out there, and still we have a problem. Another item that was brought up in some of the letters and wasn't mentioned tonight was the squirrels, and how squirrels cause more outages than balloons. Now, we can't ban squirrels, I'll just say that, but according to the statistics, 18% of our outages are caused by balloons and only 9% by squirrels. So the balloons far outweigh and cause more damage than squirrels. And the last comment, of course, is about the California law that requires retailers to tether all balloons with a weight and give them information and print warnings, print their name on the balloon, do whatever. Well, this law has not solved the problem, because it's not the consumers and not the retailers that are the problem. It's the residents that are releasing these balloons, not the people in the stores. So after considering and looking at all of these issues, I think it's time for Glendale to take the lead in solving this problem by instituting this ban. You know, and I have to tell you that my decision was reinforced by the fact more than 99.9% of the 400 plus opposing emails that we received were from outside the city, even outside the state. And now tonight we had one executive call. They own 750 stores. Why are they so interested in Glendale? I think they're interested in Glendale because we might set a precedent. And believe me, other cities around us, like Burbank, for instance, are watching to see if we pass this ban. And they might be interested in doing the same thing. So I think that it's time for us to set a precedent. And so after hearing all of my colleagues, I would like to introduce this proposed ordinance to ban the sale and about the related resolution establishing administrative fines. I heard yesterday that the state of Florida, if you release a helium balloon, it is a third-degree felony I don't want to get draconian, so I'm not going to go that far, and I'm not even going to make it a misdemeanor. But I think that the administrative fines for such violations is more than adequate. So that's where I stand on this issue, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Thank you. Mr. Brotman.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I'm going to support this, so we'll cut to the chase. But I definitely understand the concerns of the balloon manufacturers, and nobody likes to take anybody's revenue away. Mylar balloons are fun. Everybody loves them. How can you not love them? But I think it's an issue of, the benefits to a few coming at the expense of costs to many. And I think really that's what we're having to decide. We've heard it all, there are costs, real costs to transformers and other equipment, outages affecting individuals and businesses. There are dangers. There's danger to lives. We saw that explosion video and the potential that a lineman could be up there when that happens. There's also, as one of the callers mentioned, the potential for fires to occur. So, I get it, but I think we just have to weigh the two sides, and I'm on the side of banning the balloons. Industry, as Councilmember Devine has said, is adhered to solutions, and I agree. If they develop, and I understand, they're working on it with SEPRA, if they develop this non-metallic, non-conductive coating, then, we'll come back and we'll relook at this. So that's where I am on this thing about allowing sale of Mylar balloons if they don't have helium or some lighter than air material. That I'll leave to, I'd be okay with that in principle, but if that's going to create a legal issue, then I'll back off of that.
Okay, I just, still am baffled. The Mylar balloon just been with the air. What's the problem with it? I don't know what the problem is,
Mr. Garcia I'll let him talk about it a little bit because he had.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, so I think a balloon that is filled with air when it's sold, probably not the problem, but if you have an exception that has it apply only to the sale of balloons filled with helium or gas that is lighter than air, I think there are ways to sell the balloons without the helium that can still be used in the purposes for which you're trying to regulate. You're trying to prevent the release of helium balloons, and so that's what I'm concerned about. So if you want to direct us when you introduce it to have it so that it has to be filled with air when it leaves the store, or if it's tied to a stick, I know that was raised as a potential option. Those are some options we can try to craft a solution for you. I think allowing an open-ended sale of Mylar balloons, as long as they're not filled with helium at the time of sale, can create some problems in terms of enforcement.
In my opinion, if we would ask the store owners not to sell with helium or whatever will cause this danger, because Mylar balloons are those who are making so happy everybody, including especially kids. I was in, there were callers, they were saying we have to educate the public. This is not something to educate a little kid. That I understand. You can't educate the kid not to release the balloon just for the fun of it. But if it's not filled with helium or some other things, why we have to create problem for these businesses? That's what my concern is. However, Mr. Najarian.
So I guess the problem, the loophole, since we were talking about loopholes today, the loophole is that you get a balloon not filled with anything. Here's your transaction, $1, and next door, or even the same store, free fill-ups with helium. The helium is free.
But we are banning it.
Well, this is the concern. If we're saying that as long as it's not filled with helium, you sell it without helium. It's a legal purchase. Sale is completed. Free helium at the end of aisle 6. So that's the problem. And I'm going to leave it to staff. I think there's a few little tweaks that we need to work on this, but I do support the ban. It does create an unfair and unsafe risk for our electrical system. I mean, I don't want to tell you how old I am, but I didn't have Mylar balloons growing up when I was a kid, and I enjoyed, you know, birthdays and all the celebrations just as well with the latex. And if the industry advances and if the industry adapts, maybe they will have a type of shiny exterior that does not conduct electricity, and then, as Mr. Brotman said, we'll deal with it at that point. So I'm ready to move forward with it. You know, it's an ordinance for introduction. Ms. Devine, I think, gets dibs because she brought it up.
Mr. Sakian, we have to go to him.
Oh, no, I'm not closing off discussion, but I'm just saying, I would support the resolution, and my position is I would support the ban.
Thank you. Mr. Sakian.
Thank you. I'm fine with the ban on the Mylar balloons. I know that Councilmember Devine is very passionate about this. I actually initially brought it up following all the balloons that I saw for graduation that were littered across the city. I think it was sometime in June, but I'm glad that council is finally taking this issue seriously. We've had this discussion, and I appreciate the concerns of the business owners, but the reality of it is, as one of my colleagues stated, this is not about the benefits to a few. We're not banning balloons entirely, and certainly, as Councilmember Najarian said, you know, there are people who grew up without Mylar balloons and they grew up just fine. I believe this is a challenge also to the balloon industry for all the time and effort spent in advocating and lobbying. They should also look at alternatives. I think this is their Apollo project moment to figure out what is an alternative, because this is not just about, you know, a few power outages. This is about what the power outages impact. We heard from one person who works from their home and is concerned about power outages. This last weekend, received a text from my neighbor asking if the power was out on our side of the street. It was not. We went back and forth with a few neighbors and realized that it was just on one side of the street. And when I reached out to staff, I was informed that it was a Mylar balloon that caused the outage. I wish this was a joke. It's not. It was an actual incident that happened just this week, just this last week. And so these things can cause both a small amount of damage, large amount of damage. It can be as devastating as fires. In the statistics that were initially brought forth to us, they've accounted for about 30% in their highest year of our power outages. And at the very least, I think it's somewhere around 15 to 17% of our power outages. So I'm fine with banning it. Certainly people can purchase Mylar balloons elsewhere. That is up to the state to take up to see what they do with this. You know, on our part, I think it's time for us to take this step, and I support the introduction of the ordinance.
Thank you. I'm totally against Mylar balloon with helium or a gas lighter than air. That's definitely, as an engineer, I will tell you this. But I'm against banning it if the Mylar balloon is filled with air. Because what will happen, residents of Glendale, if we ban it, they're going to go outside Glendale, they will buy it and bring it to Glendale. I mean, why our businesses should suffer? People have access to Mylar balloons. So if it's inside here, we are selling our balloons, so probably they're going to go to the store, which is in Glendale. But now, with banning it, they're going to go outside Glendale, they're going to get it. So why we have to go through this exercise, I don't know. Again, I want to insist, as an engineer, I'm absolutely against Mylar balloons with helium or similar light gases. This Mylar balloons, kids, they love it. So why we have to deprive them from having it when there is other solutions to it. With that, do I have a motion?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, the item
Yes.
is the introduction of the ordinance, and then there's also a resolution for the fine schedule, which I would recommend that we hold that over until we bring the ordinance back for adoption. So if one of the council members would introduce it, and my recommendation would be to introduce it as submitted in your packets. That way, if council wants to make changes, that's the broadest ban. So if council wants to make exclusions, further exclusions, it can do so at the time of adoption.
Okay, so
Ms. Devine should
I think-
introduce it, I think. It's her.
Ms. Devine, you want to introduce?
You're on mute.
Realize, yes, I will introduce the ordinance as presented.
Okay, so it's going to be,
It will come back at the next
Thank
meeting,
you.
yes, sir.
okay. So
Next item.
what's next, Mr. Ajemian?
Next would be 8D, City Attorney regarding consideration of adoption or extension of emergency public orders related to COVID-19, state of emergency, rent increase freeze, face covering requirements, and waiver of parks, facilities, rental fees for specific fitness activities. Summary of Assembly Bill number 3088, impact on city's rental eviction moratorium. 1, resolution extending an emergency public order relating to the freeze on residential rent increase. 2, resolution extending an emergency public order pertaining to face coverings. 3, motion providing direction on rental eviction moratorium procedures. 4, resolution adopting an emergency public order waiving parks facility rental fees for specified fitness activities.
Thank
And
you,
Mayor, I
Mr.
do
Good.
have a person waiting on the line for this.
Okay, let's go to the caller first.
It's up
No?
to you.
Yeah, let's go to the caller first.
Hello?
Hi, Mary, you're live. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I would like to urge you to extend the rent freeze, and because right now is not the time for a rent freeze, rent increase. Everyone is suffering. Majority of tenants, 90% are paying their rent, even through the hard times. And right now we are all struggling, and we cannot afford a rent increase at a time like this, especially considering all the economic hardship and all the rent increases in the past years that have been a great devastation for every renter. Most of our income, greater than 30%, it goes towards the rent. And so right now, nobody's getting a raise, nobody is getting any profit, extra bonuses, or extra hours. So neither should the landlords. This is not the time to increase rent, and it's not time for profits. There's a time for everything, and this is not it. You should also follow the city of LA and city of San Jose and other cities and extend the rent fees longer than 1 month. It's not just the issue of 1 month to month. This is the issue that's affecting the renters for a few months. I see a lot of empty apartments around the city as I walk by, and they remain empty for months. And because the renters are not, a lot of people cannot afford this exorbitant rent, and Glendale City renters are overburdened, rent burdened. Please extend the rent freeze at least 1 month, but you should follow your conscience and consider the hardship of all the tenants and extend the rent fees at least 6 months or more. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we go to Mr. Garcia now.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Garcia.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
City Attorney, Mr. Garcia.
We'll put that PowerPoint up, Arm. So this item, as read into the record by Mr. Ajemi, Mr. Mayor, members of council, is to discuss the items of a couple of our emergency orders, which are set to expire tomorrow, September 30th, as well as a new emergency order for the waiver of fees for fitness facilities to use our city parks. And then I will also be discussing Assembly Bill 3088 as it relates to our residential eviction moratorium and how that applies in some of the instances. So the first order is the rent freeze. Council adopted a rent freeze order freezing rent so that not allowing rent increases starting on March 24th. That's been extended a number of times and is set to expire tomorrow, as I noted. Under that order, landlords may not notice new rent increases during this period. They've not been allowed to, even if the rent increase was going to occur after the expiration of the moratorium. So if this is at the conclusion of this rent freeze, landlords would need to, wishing to increase rents, would need to issue a new order or new notice to increase the rents, and that would have to occur after the expiration. So the council has the opportunity to extend this, or it can let it expire. And if it lets it expire at that point, landlords will be able to notice new rent increases, provided obviously they comply with state law on noticing, as well as AB 1482 and the city's own rental rights program. Council asked for a summary of, I had provided this in previous iterations of this report in terms of where some of our other sister cities and jurisdictions were in terms of rent freezes. As you can see, the only entities of these 6 that have a rent freeze are the County of Los Angeles, which is currently set to expire on October 31st, as well as the City of LA, which is broader, which is it won't expire until 1 year after the City of LA declares their emergency to be over. So that is very far, probably in the future. So that is the rent freeze order. The face coverings order, the order that require all individuals who are leaving their places of business or residence to wear face coverings, except under the specified circumstances in the order, also set to expire tomorrow. The council could extend that, for example, to another month, which has been doing on a month-to-month, or it can extend it and remove the expiration date. It would be then indefinite until such time as the council chooses to rescind it based on the declarations of the health authorities that the emergency is over and the need to wear face coverings is no longer in effect. Another item that was requested that we bring before you is currently the city has an order allowing cities, brick and mortar businesses in Glendale that have gyms or fitness facilities to use our facilities. There's a fee for that. It's now been requested that that fee be waived through the end of 2020. So this order, if approved by the council, would allow gyms and facilities that don't have access to their own private parking lot outdoors or one of the city parklets to use the city parks facilities for classes and activities, but would not allow it. And currently the city policy doesn't allow it for example, for them to put weight equipment outside and that sort of thing. The facility fees range, the facility rental fees range from anywhere from $35 per hour to $60 per hour. Plus staff costs of $20 per hour where staff is not currently at the facility. So when we try to book most of these classes during the periods where staff is there, and so the charge wouldn't be imposed. But in the event that it's in an off-peak hour and staff needs to be there, there's an additional charge for that. I'm going to move on to the residential eviction moratorium that would have been set to expire tomorrow, but for the adoption of AB 3088. I'm going to first discuss the moratorium, how it was working, how it was intended to work. I will then discuss AB 3088, the bill that was adopted at the end of the legislative session on August 31st, I believe, and took effect September 1st. And then I'll discuss the impact of AB 3088 on our moratorium. So as you know, the council adopted this moratorium prohibiting residential evictions for those tenants who could declare or later on provide evidence that they had a COVID-related reason for being unable to pay their rent. And our rent moratorium was set to expire September 30th. It had a repayment provision which required the tenants to repay any unpaid rent in the 12-month period succeeding the expiration of the order. So if it had expired tomorrow, then commencing October 1st, tenants would have had to start repaying their rent. They'd have 12 months to repay it, but they had to pay at least 25% of it every quarter. So every 3 months, they were going to have to pay 25% of that unpaid rent. And then again, the period was going to commence upon the expiration. So Assembly Bill number 3088 was a attempt, or is the attempt by the state legislature to put their imprint on this issue of residential evictions, and it was adopted as a response to the California Judicial Council's repeal of their order prohibiting evictions. So in the first instance, it prohibits tenants from being evicted for non-payment of the rent if the tenant can provide a declaration of a COVID-related hardship. It applies for the period between March and August 31 of this year, and then for the period between September 1st and January 31st of next year. It also prohibits evictions for non-payment of rent, provided again that the tenant can provide the declaration of hardship. But the tenant is going to, for that period, that 5-month period between September 1st and January 31st, the tenant is going to be required to pay at least 25% of all the rent owing for that period. So the way that is written, it's not on a month-by-month basis that they have to pay it, but they can pay it at any point no later than January 31st, the 25% of that rent. And I'll have some examples. I'll walk us through this. Any tenant who has an income of 130% of area median income, but not less than 100,000. If the landlord may require documentation, not just the declaration, but documentation that they have the COVID-related reason for not being able to pay all of their rent. I would note that this has to be based on the information that the landlord has in its files at the time, and the landlord cannot require, for example, all of its tenants to provide proof of income that they don't meet this criteria. So it provides some additional layer for the landlords, but it's not, doesn't allow that additional inquiry by landlords. So with respect to the notices that are required of landlords during this period, so for the unpaid rent from March 1st through August 31st, landlords are required to send tenants special notice no later than September 30th that they have this unpaid rent. And then the tenants have 15 days to either pay the rent or provide this declaration of hardship. I have in here that this may conflict with the city moratorium only because our moratorium required this information starting in March all the way through. So these tenants would have had to have provided this information prior to. But I can't advise landlords. We don't provide legal advice to landlords. But if I were a landlord in Glendale, I would be sending this notice out regardless. With respect to unpaid rent from September through January 31st and I apologize, I should say 2021, the landlords must provide 15 days notice to tenants anytime a landlord is late with their rent. So it's not the typical 3-day notice to pay or quit. It's a 15-day notice. A tenant obviously can provide the declaration of hardship anytime prior to that. They don't have to wait for this notice. But if they're late with their rent, landlords are going to have to provide this notice and give that tenant the opportunity to provide the declaration.
Excuse me, Mr. Garcia. Okay, this
AB 3088. Yeah.
88, it has been approved by the state. Then you say may conflict with the city moratorium. Can you elaborate more on that?
Sure, and I should have started by saying, like any state legislation that's literally written at the 11th hour, they're not gonna encompass every situation. They may miss a few points, and I think this happened here. The state legislation, and I'll talk about it a little bit later in the presentation, did leave some room for local regulation, meaning they left some room for local moratoriums that were adopted to remain in effect with certain exceptions, but they didn't necessarily address what happens. The way I read it, they didn't necessarily address what happens with the notices. The only point I was trying to make was a tenant wishing to have taken advantage of our local moratorium would have had to have already done so even before this legislation was enacted. So I don't know that they have to provide an additional notice because they probably already provided some notification that they can't pay their rent. They have to. So that's the where I say there's a conflict. It's unclear, and I think both landlords and tenants would be wise to comply with the notice requirements of both our ordinance and the state law to protect their interests. That's my only comment.
Okay.
But on that, Mr. Mayor, it says the landlord must have a notice by September. Let's say landlords in Glendale.
Yeah. So
tomorrow have to have a notice saying that there's 4 months of unpaid rent?
For that period, yes. I think the only remedy is if they don't provide that notice, they can't increase the rent until they do so. Not increase rent. They can't provide that the tenant is in breach of his or her lease until they do that. And again, the non-payment of rent is no longer deemed to be a breach that would give rise to eviction. It only becomes a debt that is payable. So at the end of the day, the way I read the statute, it says by September 30th, but what that means is if they don't do it by September 30th, they can't provide the tenant with a notice that they're in breach of their agreement to pay their rent.
But even they do that, doesn't make any difference, I assume.
If they do what?
If they don't do it by September 30th, then what happens? They can't evict. Right?
They wouldn't be able to evict anyway. The only thing they can do is they can at that point say, this is the amount of debt that you owe me as of September 30th. So until they do that notice, they can't say you didn't pay $5,000 of rent between March and August 31st. They can't say you owe me that until they've actually provided that notice and given the tenant the right to provide the written documentation of the declaration of hardship. So what happens to the unpaid rent? So the entire period from March to January 31 of 2021, any of that unpaid rent where the tenant has provided a declaration of hardship for having a COVID-related basis not to be able to pay, it cannot be a basis for eviction. It only becomes a civil debt that's recoverable in small claims court. So regardless of the dollar amount, this legislation revised the jurisdictional limits of small claims court to allow landlords to go to small claims and recover that debt. And it's subject to the repayment period, which I'm talking about in a little bit, when that has to be repaid.
But
So
I'm sorry, the debt become recoverable in small claim courts, but sometimes that amount will be beyond what the small claim courts accept.
right, so this legislation amends that particular provision of what the dollar limits are for small claims to say any debt that's payable under this statute, landlord can
Still
seek it.
can go to small claim court.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's over.
Right, doesn't matter if
50.
it's I forget what it is, 10,000 or 15,000
Yeah.
or whatever. They can go to small claims to recover it.
Okay.
So for this bill establishes a repayment period, and it's somewhat in conflict with our repayment period, so I'll go through that. But for this bill, generally speaking, for unpaid rent between March 2020 and January 2021, repayment commences on March 1st of 2021, so next March, and is paid over 12 equal monthly installments. So if that amount is $5,000 of unpaid rent for that entire period, the tenant does not have the obligation to start paying that until March 1st of 2021. And I'll go through some examples
And
to
then
show.
we'll pay only $410.
They'll pay 1/12 of that every month.
Okay.
So on evictions, so what happens with evictions? So there's still no evictions taking place. October 5th, they can start taking place for pre-March non-payment of rent or breaches of leases. So somebody was in, they had a breach, they had non-payment, failure to pay, but they just they didn't go to court in time before the courts closed the eviction proceedings. That's one that you can do after October 5th. For any tenant who has not paid or does not pay rent going forward and hasn't declared their COVID hardship, so any evictions that are not related to COVID, that are not associated with COVID, you can go and seek a remedy for eviction. And then the way the current bill is written, February 1 of 2021, pre-COVID eviction rules return. So February 1 of next year, any non-payment of rent is now a valid basis to seek eviction. So to start the process of a 3-day notice and quit. So all the regular rules that were in place before COVID hit under this bill will go back into effect starting on February 1 of 2021. That should say 2021. I apologize.
Yeah, 2021.
2021, correct.
Okay.
So what is the impact of this bill on our moratorium. So the first provision, it does allow for the local eviction moratorium to stay in place, but with a couple of exceptions. The first one is that AB 3088 provides that any extension of a local moratorium that occurred after August 19th of this year is not valid. So the council extended our moratorium on August 25th, extending our moratorium to September 30th. So that's not valid. So then our moratorium is deemed to have expired on August 31st. And again, tenants were protected because September 1st, this bill took place. It still prevented evictions of any tenants from September 1st, no evictions were allowed. And then going forward after October 5th, you'll be able to evict folks who do not provide the declaration of hardship. With respect to the repayment period, again, we have a 12-month repayment period. AB 38 has a 12-month repayment period, but not starting until March 1st. It invalidated any extension of a local repayment period after August 19th of 2020. So our repayment period now commenced on September 1st, because that's when our moratorium expired. And it was also the prior extension of our repayment period. So under our moratorium now, you remember you had those quarterly payments. Our first quarterly repayment is now due on November 30th. So let me just walk you through a couple of examples, and Sipan Zadorian of Community Development helped put these tables together, so I'm really grateful to him for doing that. So just assume you had a tenant who had a $1,500 monthly rent and sometimes paid the rent from March of 2020 through August of 2020, sometimes did not, and ended up with a $7,000 unpaid rent bill for that period of time. Under the moratorium, as well as the state law, you'll see for the period of March through August, the yellow, looks yellow, that tenant is going to have to pay a $1,750 past rent due, in addition to a $1,500 rent payment, assuming they don't get a COVID exemption for that. And then in the green, you'll see that there's a 25% rent payment due for that September through January. That's AB 38. So the yellow is what you're paying the tenant has to pay under our under our moratorium order, and then the green is what he or she would have to pay under the state law. Those are the minimums. So they could be more or less, but that's the minimum they're gonna have to pay. Going forward into next year, starting February of 2021, you'll see again, this is what they're gonna have to pay. The yellow, again, they're paying the quarterly payments of $1,750 to catch up. And then in the green, that is the 75%, so they paid the 25% by January 31st. Come March 1st of 2021, they're gonna have to pay the rest of that on a pro rata basis, and that comes out to $469. So commencing on March, they're gonna have to pay, a good example, March 1st, they'll have to start paying their rent again, so that's $1,500, plus they'll have to pay the $469. So you'll see in that column next to the green column, they'll be paying differing rents for those months. February, they have to start paying rent again, so they're up to $3,200, anywhere between $3,200 and $1,969. We were asked, so that's how it would work if we kept our moratorium in place. We didn't do anything to it. And by the way, we can't, under the state law, we can no longer extend our moratorium. We can't extend the repayment date. The only thing we could do is repeal our current repayment date. So if we were, and I was asked, what would happen if we repealed our repayment date to just align with the state law? We can't do that tonight, but you could give me direction to bring back an order to do that. So again, the same example of the $7,000 unpaid rent. We no longer have the local moratorium. So in January of 2021, at a minimum, this tenant's going to have to pay $1,875. Again, they could pay it anytime during that period, but that's going to be the minimum that they have to pay. And then you'll see this is how it will be if we align ours with the state. They'll be paying the March payment of the outstanding $7,000 plus the the payment between September and January, they're paying the $469. So it's a more consistent bill. They're paying $2,500 per month, starting on March 1st to play catch up through March, through the end of February of 2022. So that's, I think that the question for the council is to ponder is, you're providing a little bit of relief for the tenants to get some of their, for the landlords, excuse me, to get some of their unpaid rent from the March to August period a little bit sooner, but you're providing a little bit more stability or what's the word? Predictability for perhaps for the tenant to make it more of a straight line calculation in terms of what they would have to pay back. So I'll leave that up there. I hope that kind of gives you the broad brush of how AB 38 works in conjunction with our local moratorium. Again, we can no longer extend our moratorium or extend our repayment date, but we could repeal our repayment date and just come under the state's repayment schedule. And with that, I'll answer any questions that I can answer, and there's other staff obviously available to answer questions about some of the other aspects of the presentation.
Okay, is there any question from Mr. Garcia?
I have a question.
Ms. Devine.
Thank you. Your last statement, Mike, about which one of the repayment models would be more stable or more easy, would that be with the repeal or without the repeal?
I guess it depends on your perspective. I think that there's certainly it's just more of a straight line calculation in terms of the state's model. It's the same payment every month for 12 successive months which is up here, versus here they're having to find a little bit more money on those three repayment. And the other part is obviously under our model, the tenant is going to have to find $1,700 in this example, $1,750 in November, and then again in February before they've even had to. Whereas the state model basically gives them until March 1st to start saving up to repay that rent. So that's something else to consider. Again, I don't have a value judgment on that. That's a policy call for the council.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Just wondered.
Thank you. Is there any other question from Mr. Garcia? Anybody has a question? Mr. Bachman.
I don't so much have a question, but I just I can't understand how anybody's ever going to be able to figure this out. And so I'm kind of thinking, if we just went with the state, it seems like it would be a lot more straightforward for everybody to understand. And in contrast, if we stuck with our own repayment structure, I just think there's going to be mass confusion. I see it as being very problematic. That's something I worry about.
Okay. I
have another question.
I think if we don't go along with what state is considering, because eventually lots of landlords and tenants, they're gonna go to court. In order to make it easier for parties, I think we have to follow the state model rather than have a specific way to have ourselves. Then make it easier for everybody to follow the rules that the state puts forward. That's my opinion anyway. Okay, anybody else had comments? Mr. Ksakian, do you have any comments?
No, Mr. Mayor, I tend to agree that rather than gumming up the court system with this discrepancy between what we passed, which when we first started addressing this issue, we didn't know how long this pandemic was going to last, how long these orders for people to stay home, try to remain isolated were going to last. Seems as though now our well-intentioned efforts are a mere drop in the bucket. given the amount of time that's passing and how much debt some of our tenants are accruing, I just don't know how most of them will be able to dig themselves out of some of these holes, which is bad for our tenants, bad for the landlords, bad for the city. But I think that since the state has made an effort, whatever it is, to address this, I think it would be sensible for us to defer to the state's law versus digging our heels in.
Yeah, that's true.
And of course, I support the gyms that can prove that they are paying a lease to be able to use our unused park spaces gratis at no cost to be able to earn income for their trainers.
Mayor, I do have a caller.
Okay, let's go to the caller.
Karen, can you hear me? Karen?
Hi. Yes. I sent a file to the city clerk earlier today.
Yes, I'll go ahead and put it up for you, Karen, okay? Go ahead, you're live.
I'm actually delighted to hear that this body is confused by AB 3088 because it is an extremely confusing law. That we've had entire teams of lawyers with decades of experience gathering together to try to figure out this law, and nobody can figure out how it's actually going to work. In order to help out tenants, the County of LA, together with several community groups, set up this website, bayhousela.org. As you can see, it's very easy to use. I actually guided a tenant through it last night who was going to be unable to pay her rent for the month of October. And it does its best to explain the latest changes in the law and how tenants can navigate them if they live anywhere within LA County. That's any city or any unincorporated area of LA County. So that's one point of relief. I hope, well, the one good point about this bill is that it lasts until January 31st. So I'm going to ask you to please extend the rent freeze until that time, because then we'll have a prayer of finally figuring out what this law means by then. But this law was always meant to be a stopgap measure. That it's not meant to be the final word. It just wanted to stave off disaster. It basically moves the doomsday clock back just 4 months. They're expecting to replace it with another bill. We had been pushing for AB 1436, which got shelved, unfortunately, at the end of August, and also SB 1410, which Councilmember Broadman has spoken of, which we had hoped would address the repayment issue of back debt. There is a chance that these bills will be revived next term. I have no idea what's going to happen, but it does look like assistance from the federal government is not going to be forthcoming anytime soon. So a rent freeze until that time would buy us a little bit of time to try to figure out what everyone's next step will be, whether that's at the federal, state, county, or municipal level. Okay, also, I want to make a small correction to the city attorney's presentation about the rent freeze. It is correct that Culver City does not currently have a rent freeze. They did, however, pass a new rent control law just last week. It was passed by the council after studying it for the year. After they imposed a 12-month rent freeze to study this issue, then they came back and passed it to the city council measure of 4-1. I would also like to point out that the city of Burbank is going to have a ballot initiative this fall where residents can vote on a new rent control measure. This would also stabilize housing in the area. Also, I would comment on the earlier city council meeting this afternoon where Phil Lanzafrom reported that there are many landlords who are actually refusing to accept the CARES rent relief package. And if you want to know why I spend so much time calling this body tone deaf, it's because you all expressed great surprise at this news, and I already knew this. There was a tenant in LA who reported that his corporate landlord refused to accept these funds because he actually wanted to evict that tenant as soon as these eviction moratoriums expire. And this is actually what we're expecting landlords to do. And this is not just 1 or 2 landlords, this is a significant number of them. We're expecting them to pounce on tenants that they want to evict the minute these eviction moratoriums expire by any means, fair or unfair.
All right, thank you. Your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. You know, what bothers me, all this, what we were looking at, those rents divided during a few months that the tenant has to pay is based on assumption that after May, I'm January 31st, things gonna change, everything gonna be back to normal, people, everybody gonna go back to work. That I can't imagine what will happen. I don't see that bright future in end of January. Then what will happen?
Mr. Mayor, I would only point out, I think the legislators, many of the legislators probably have the same view, and this was really a negotiation to get a date that they could all agree on, because they needed 2/3 votes for it to pass from both houses, and this is just the date. I don't think there's any misunderstandings that we're going to be here on January 31st and think that this is not going to be an issue. But this is where they are, and I assume as we get closer to that date, the state legislature and the governor will start thinking about additional proposals.
Okay. All right. Any other comments from my colleagues? So what we do, we go item by item now?
Probably,
What
Mr.
we-
Mayor, I would just note, so on D1, there is, that's on the rent freeze, so that's one. On D2, for the face coverings, the council moves to extend it. There's two options. One is to extend it to a date certain, the other is to remove the expiration date and let it be in indefinite order. And then 3 is if you want to direct, it sounds like you have some opinions on the rental eviction moratorium. If you want to give us direction to bring back an order making it consistent with the state schedule, then please do so. And then the last D4 is for the parks fees.
So let's start with parks fees first. I guess that's the simple. So anybody wants to move the item or, right?
I'll move D4. Artie, that was the one that you.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Agajanian.
Yes. So
And
we
I'd
go-
like to move D2, the resolution extending for one more month face coverings.
Second.
Can I,
Yes,
Inter-
Mr. Brotman.
yeah, just if you would be open to considering just making it open-ended so that we don't have to come back and extend this every month. I think we can assume this is going to go on for a while.
Yes, I agree with that. If Ms. Devine, you can
It's fine.
revise.
Fine. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have
Open-ended.
open-ended. So we have Ms. Devine moved the item and it has been seconded. So roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
and Mayor Agajanian.
Yes. Item number 1, D1. Is there any comment? Anything?
I'm sorry, could you repeat D1
Yes.
is the rent freeze?
Item D1.
That's the rent freeze, Councilman Brotman.
Okay.
Are we going to extend it for another month?
I would move that we extend it, and in light of the fact that I think the county has it to the end of next month. So I would move that.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please, for item D1.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Agajanian.
Yes. So we have only now item D3, right?
Correct.
Motion providing direction on rental eviction moratorium procedures.
I'll move that we look at to be consistent with the state on the rental eviction moratorium procedures.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brotman,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Agajanian.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Before we go to the next one, Mr. Ajemian, I want to, postpone item, what's this, 8E to next week? Or week after, anyway.
October 20th.
October 20th?
Yeah, on October 13th, we have a full agenda, so I would suggest if you agree to postpone it to October 20th.
Okay, I think, is it okay with everybody to postpone it to?
Yes, yes.
All right,
Yes.
thank you.
Ms. Flynn is happy.
Okay, thank
You
you.
learned a lot about Mylar balloons today.
All right. What's next, Mr. Ajemian?
Next is oral communications. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. Mayor, I do not have any callers for oral communication.
So,
Move to adjourn.
1 second, let's maybe people are there, they call now. And 10 people will call now. Let's give them a chance. By the time they call, will take some time. Do we have any caller who's trying to reach us? So we count 10. Okay. All right. All right. So apparently we don't have phone calls. Maybe they are asleep now because we went through
Possibly.
lots of issues. Okay. Thank you. Next item, please.
Any new business?
No new business? Okay, adjourn. May I have a motion to adjourn?
To adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, with that said, the meeting is adjourned at 10:46 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Everybody.
Night.